It's getting fucking yoinked. Back under 6,100. Yeah. Why isn't that? Fucking piece of shit. Hold on. Hey, I don't think yoink, but it could be wrong. Losing 6,100 seems moderately significant here. We got Powell begins talking in 8 minutes. Collins came out a little hawkish a few minutes ago. Remember, the Fed speakers are very split, or at least that's what the SEP would indicate. JPOW seems to be more center of the line, like small number of cuts. Um, some of them don't want any cuts at all. Honestly, haven't lost 6,100, so we're $3 under it. Couple bucks under it. Yeah, 2 to 3. Depends on the amount of gamma of the strike, which 6,100, there's quite a lot. The behavior of Vega neutral is kind of interesting. It did end up moving back up, which is probably a. Mm, yeah, Vega neutral on the weekly is still moving closer to spot. Yeah, slipping 6,100 actually doesn't look good here. I mean, there's not a lot of fucking downside support. A little bit of 95, but it looked like most of the goal here was to just get back above 6,100 in the overnight, which was accomplished. I don't know if it's going to hold though. Bearish consolidation on the ES 15 minute. I feel hard fall spiked. I mean, it moved back above 17. I'm more interested in the lower low on NQ that we saw there. And ES, I guess. Still haven't filled the overnight gap on SPX. Fills at 60.94.50. Trump likened the U.S. strikes in Iran to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah, I heard. When are GME FTDs? Over the course of, well, probably from like today out till the 4th. Really, usually tomorrow out to like the 4th. They just fall around the same time every month. It's usually like the last few days of the prior month and then the first week of the next to cover the entire settlement cycle. If we lose 6,100, can we fall all the way to 60.50? I mean, probably not. Someone's probably going to step in and sell puts there, but I mean, there's not a lot of support right now. Oh, here he goes. Now he's running his fucking mouth.
Listened to a lot of wonderful speeches from the heads of a lot of wonderful countries. But I want to thank you for joining us at the conclusion of a highly productive NATO summit in the Netherlands. I want to thank them for the royal treatment they've given us.
Two mics, mono output, and, my favorite.
It's a beautiful country, really a beautiful country. Coming in, I saw the most beautiful trees. In fact, I want to bring some back with me. I want to also thank, I had breakfast this morning with the King and Queen, and they're incredible people. I said, you're central casting, beautiful people, great people, big, beautiful heart. And I enjoyed that. And also NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's been terrific. He's been a friend of mine, used to be right here running this wonderful country. Now he's the NATO Secretary General. He's doing a fantastic job. And the Prime Minister, we appreciate everything you've done. And as you know, last weekend, the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other
this is how I know that it was completely unsuccessful.
Exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like
it was very not successful.
It was a 12-day war. And we think
otherwise there'd be no reason to tell everybody about how successful it was.
Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. I got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting, and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Rutte, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions.
My left ear is loving this.
Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial.
It's a good thing we don't know anybody that insecure, honey, too.
2%, and we got it up to 5%. And they said, a couple of them came up to me. One in particular said, "Sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them, are going to be contributing now 5%, a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending, and since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have
There's
any
no
money,
way
and a lot of them
Hexeth isn't
weren't
already
paying.
drunk. What time is
And
it
so I
there?
started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is 6 months ago. And following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach
It's
the
4:02 p.m.
3%, 4%, and then
It's already
ultimately
happy
very
hour.
quickly 5%. And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost immediately. You probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking about it. It's really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, "You did it, sir, you did it." Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year
Hexeth is standing
to our
right
common
next to him.
defense, and this is a monument, really, to victory. But it's a monumental win for the United States, because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually. But this is a big win for Europe and for actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%, and I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there, and but most of them were. We had 28 at the time. As you know, it's increased a little bit, and they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're
Who
also
did?
getting hit in
Who lost
Kiev.
7? Tell
They're
us.
getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened. Would have
They
never happened.
did?
Always
Which
precedent.
one?
Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy. And
It's too flat to tell
that hardware is going to
who the
be
bodies
made in
belong to.
America, because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that, where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, "We're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay?" They said, "It's fine." And everybody was emptied off the base, so they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners. And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff.
Wait, didn't
Amazing.
2 of
I think
them
it is
hit
like
and then
shooting
deal
a
no
bullet
damage?
with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, "Do you do that well often?" They said,
Okay.
"We pretty much do, sir." The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals.
I heard that one hit outside the base, one hit at the base, but damage was minimal and there were no casualties.
And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's
It
a
just
great
nicked his
place.
ear. He's
And all of
okay
the NATO
now.
allies for the tremendous summit that we just had. A letter just came in, and a statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wondered, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assessed that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability
we start building
to
the
develop
Nov
nuclear weapons for
position?
many years to come.
I picked up some shares under
This
13,
achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access.
but I'm
to
gonna continue buying
material, which it
probably over some time.
It's so sad that that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not.
It looks promising.
Wasting
I'm pretty
nobody's watching them,
excited
so
about
they're
it.
just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima,
I'd fucking love to get it at
Nagasaki,
like
you know, that ended
10
a war too. This ended a war in a different way.
or 11.
It was so devastating.
So I'm
Also, they have,
holding off.
Out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by.
There's a
the
trend
American
test
strike. So
somewhere around like
what bothered me
12.
about these reports,
15
there were
to
fake
12,
reports put out by the
20
New York
something.
Times. Failing, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these.
You know that shit's
going
to go up 90% by next Tuesday.
You know, when I started, they were at 94%
No.
credibility. The media, now it's at 16%.
Even with
I'm
the
very proud of
Israel
it because I've
conflict,
exposed
it
it
only
for
went
what
up
it is.
like
But,
21% in a couple days.
when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly.
The intelligence
We
reports on the whole thing
very
over there are
very
pretty
hard, very
interesting.
dangerous
So
actually to move to.
apparently
And they also knew
the
we were coming, so I
facilities,
don't think too many people want to be down there.
which
knowing
are
we're
buried,
coming
right?
with the bunker busters.
No one
as we call
knows
them,
how
the only
deep,
ones that have them. We have
but
best
the
equipment,
the
best
intelligence
nuclear
estimates
equipment, and we have the best
that they're
equipment
90
in the world. And by the way,
meters.
we can't forget our submarine,
The bunker
which
busters
was out there. Submarines actually but
only
submarine was out
penetrate
there.
60
We shot,
meters.
30 rockets into an area. Every single one of them, I think it was almost 400 miles away. I think, Pete, right? 400.
So the idea that the facilities underground could still be intact
And we shot.
is pretty high, and that's for
total of
reinforced
30.
concrete, right?
Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took out a lot because we didn't do just Fordo. We did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely.
But this isn't reinforced concrete. It's
So
a
we hit 'em.
fucking mountain.
Submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind.
Yeah, it's got sand on top, but it's also just rock.
So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission, and they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from Atomic Energy Commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, but numerous of them.
And I would have been like, oh wow, they blew it up, if the administration would just stop saying, we totally blew it up, guys. You have to believe us.
These people that
It's really important that you believe that we blew this up. And that makes me think they didn't blow it up at all.
The territory that has got more missiles and things pointed at it, but it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, two ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Cain was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks, and he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks. Amazing. And it was supposed to take a few years.
Tesla's just mean reverted back to where it was before
we had a great
oil ripped,
victory
which is what
there,
I
and
said.
we then came here, and
Tesla's down
victory
because I
here,
said
but
Tesla
this
was
is
going to
an
go down.
ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the
Simple.
world, and they've raised it from 2% to 5%. Something
Don't question
that nobody,
it.
and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money coming in from countries that were not paying.
No, it
nearly
lost the
enough to be
40
effective.
support, which was critical.
So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete.
You
Hegseth,
sound like
Secretary
Trump.
of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. Used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see
Philly
where it
Mike
used to be
gets it.
Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct.
Bob puts it right
And
at
they
open
called
when
it
it lost
Secretary
40.
of Defense.
You're
I
the
don't know,
best.
we'll have to
Nice,
start
man.
thinking about changing it, but we feel that way. Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not.
Universe
a nice
listens
person,
to you
but I'll
more
let
than
ask
us
one. Go
because you
ahead.
don't whine
What's he
like
gonna
us.
ask? He
It's
is not nice at all.
WHINE.
I know him
And
well.
also, your
Thank you,
username
Mr. President.
fits.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home. You just said.
What do you think the actual cost of that
the
mission
conflict
was? It
between
was like
Israel and
$280
Iran
million.
is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently, and they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire, and Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do anything. They brought them back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very
There's
hard.
a lot of puts at 60.95.
I think the war ended,
being
actually,
bought.
when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And
But
I
do we have
just
a
hope
gap
people
down
can
there
give these
still?
pilots,
There's
these are
the
the best
morning
pilots
gap.
in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are.
So let's see what
And-
happens
and
after
when
we
and
test it.
I just hope you
fill
can
it.
give them the respect they deserve, because they came home to fake news.
Starting to fill it.
And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage. The things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do, and I think that Iran's going to get back. You know, Iran has a huge advantage. They have great oil, and they can do things. I don't see them getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think they've had it. They've been at it for 20 years, and I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else, but we're there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, fake news, CNN? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question.
Thank
You,
you, sir.
you should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also, Iran made the statement, and it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And you didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people.
Lol, so you're relying on Iran's intelligence.
And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday, you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because there are sanctions right now.
With who?
On Iran.
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No, if they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not
You definitely did say that.
You know? I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah. Yeah, please. Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes. He has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
Possible. I mean, it's possible. I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, you can help me with Russia. Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war, heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did 2 others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled.
Bermuda.
Settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up and he said, you know, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us get a settlement. I said, no, you help me get a settlement with you, with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that too. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made
That was
clear
shrill.
your position on what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material?
It sounded like child journalists.
We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called, in many people, they call it dust. But it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down. You know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground.
You think you got it all?
Oh, yeah, we think we got it. We think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they resisted?
So our people, Marco could answer this, but our people are not, I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and, you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Well, Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Sounds like the door is open, but you're in no rush. Is that right? Sounds like the door is open. But
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, they had a war, they fought. Now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were asking for before about we want no nuclear, but we destroyed the nuclear. In other words, that's destroyed. I said, Iran will not have nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's blown up to kingdom come.
Is it though?
So I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I
Thank you.
understood, I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky.
I don't
Did
see
you
too
discuss
much moving
any
around at
ceasefire
55.
in this Russo-Ukrainian?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. You know, we had little rough times, but sometimes he was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the
Just
meeting
a
that he'd
little
like to see it
heavy.
end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak
I
to
mean,
Vladimir
they're likely
Putin, see
soul
if we can
cuts,
get it
but
ended.
yeah, a little bit heavy.
But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. You know, last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking
I think
to
we're going to
Putin.
fail
I had a
here.
good meeting
I don't know.
with,
We still have a gap to fill
with
to the
Zelensky,
downside. We'll see what happens
and I had a lot of
after
good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good.
You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer, okay? In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know, you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing.
To get to Greenland.
So we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers, but one of them is available now. It's old, and it's, old. It's like 5-6 years old. And we're trying to buy it. I'm trying to make a good deal. That's all I
He's
do
gonna
my whole life.
he's gonna get
all I do is make deals. Yeah, please.
6 B-52s to drop the icebreaker
Go
on the
ahead.
mountain.
Yeah, a question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the U.S. to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here.
Yeah.
What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very confidential basis, they're looking at the reports, like numerous reports, and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far
When
as
we find
Article
out that
5
the
goes.
nuclear site wasn't
Article 5
obliterated,
I
wasn't
came
obliterated,
I
it's
came
gonna
here
look so
because
bad.
it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable.
Respected
I've
news
never
source
seen quite
Sam
anything
like
like it.
says good things about
They
me.
want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the King of Saudi Arabia, when I was in the Middle East. So I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said a year ago.
The attempted manipulation of saying you're insulting the pilots by saying it isn't obliterated is wild.
People pouring through the borders.
Good old gaslighting.
Inflation, yet everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table,
it's called a heat wave.
Nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country,
Hotly global
almost
warming. That's what
everyone
we
in
need the
public
icebreakers for.
It was very public, but almost every one of them said, "Thank God for the United States. Without the United States, we couldn't." They couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money, but it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff.
Qatar should never be telling you it's hot in your country.
Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today?
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And, they're doing very well. The economy is very well. And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. Spain is the only country that... Are you from Spain?
Yeah.
Good, congratulations. You're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You know what we're going to do?
It's because they're all the way on the left.
Trade deal.
They don't give a shit.
We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain... I like Spain. I have so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. All right, sir, please. Go ahead. Right there.
Incoming sanctions on Spain.
One. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said you said that sarcastically.
Well, of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult.
Yeah, you were a prick.
Wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30
How
years.
dare this guy
frankly.
ask fake news questions?
We ended Rwanda and the Congo. It's coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other,
Didn't Pakistan and India both deny that Trump had any involvement in ending the hostilities?
We're not doing any trade deal. No, you have to do a trade deal. They said, we're not doing any trade deal.
That's
and
what I
in fact,
thought.
I had
yeah.
the general, who was very impressive. The general from Pakistan was in my office last week. You know, Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. He's a great man. And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each other, we're not doing a trade deal.
They call it the art of the deal, Gherkin.
They said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty.
Your wrong thing is getting out of control.
He's a beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader. And I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people, and that was set up by the current people. So I assume when I met with the Prime Minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But I thought he was very good.
I think 90 deals in 90 days is about wars, not trade.
We'll see what happens.
We got two wars
Vladimir Putin really
in 90 days, 0 trade
people
deals.
Are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead. White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
So, BBC News Ukrainian.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh,
so my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He's
there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots. And we're going to see if we can make some available, They're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel. And they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question, and I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were criticizing...
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg. That's wonderful.
You were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, man, if Trump didn't have power, he'd be funny as fuck.
Pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible.
Powell? Yeah, I think he's terrible.
Economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is pouring in. Factories are being...
No, I think Trump just realized that he couldn't say anything rude or insulting to her based on her introduction, and he had to factor that in, and then didn't have anything to say because he doesn't want to give, publicly promise the Ukraine any aid, despite being able to, unable to halt the congressional aid already going to Ukraine.
And, we'll go 10 years, maybe longer.
Notice how they stopped talking about that when it got overturned.
Because of him, because of this guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. That's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from now or in a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%,
No, that was the
it's 4%.
calculated,
If you got to the
awkward
point,
response
we
of a
pay 3%, so
narcissist
it's
who
fairly equal,
doesn't
not
want to look bad in
necessarily, but
public.
fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low.
That's not even
in
proper
terms of what
English,
he
you
does.
dumb
Low.
fuck.
Low IQ for what he does, okay? Wait, so on
J-Pow is the most eloquent Fed
$900
chairman in the last 30 years.
We don't want to pay $900.
Average
Just
mentally.
because he doesn't want to lower the rate. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate and you take care of the
You
inflation,
nominated
among
him.
other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think
He's a
very
fucking
stupid person,
Republican.
actually. All right, one more. Let's go. How about you? Go ahead.
Ah.
She looks so happy and everything.
Thank you.
That's why I
I'm
picked
from
her.
Spain too. I'm Ana Buch from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if
You're where from?
Spain too.
Ah.
I wanted to know if you want to.
That's the Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said that. That's okay. I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about?
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter? You tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. All right, Kelly, go ahead. Here we go. There's another one.
Hello, sir. Thank you
We
very much.
got them all today.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you talked about expecting some on-the-ground assessments at Fordo and other
Yeah.
sites.
Now here-
Is that
here again.
Israeli and U.S.?
It's been obliterated, Kelly. It's been
What is your message
obliterated.
then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports? You're not disputing the DIA report. You're just
They presented a
exists.
report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that's
The report was done
So
2
what
days
is
ago.
your-
Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess. Now, if you take a look at the pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened, you know the fire and brimstone is all underground because it's granite and it's all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman, in fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And they did a report, but it was like, if you look at the dates, it's just a few days after it
Understood,
happened.
sir.
So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe. Go
Understood.
ahead.
Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you, that it's not...
I don't really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not.
And briefly-
So people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not severe.
We're just
No,
looking for the-
the report was not a complete report. Yeah, the message
The
was
word you're
probably
searching
wait
for
till
is
you know the answer
conclusive.
before you-
And,
Go
sir,
ahead.
did you not have a public component to your Zelensky meeting for a tactical reason with President Putin?
Let him answer this.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world.
An
to take out
invisible
a nuclear
airplane?
program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then
Including yourself.
The instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad.
Oh,
based on
man,
the leaks.
that facility
We've all
is
seen plenty of
fully
leakers. And
operational.
what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary a preliminary report that's deemed to be low.
You know, for the warrior ethos, he really acts like a bitch when the reporters make fun of him.
And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated.
Imagine being in like the front lines of World War II, just whining about reporters.
And go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded.
Well, they fucking don't. It's underground.
That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the report.
It's just
what it
news.
said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did. But we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it.
Are the pilots just pushing buttons at 30,000 feet? They can't see anything.
Should be proud
completely,
of those
yeah.
pilots.
That's
And
accurate.
you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No,
Those pilots flew at great risk. A big chance that they'd never come back home and see their husbands or their
Not
wives.
at all.
Let me
They're in
just tell you,
stealth
you
fucking
and
airplanes that
NBC
no one
fake
can
news,
see.
Which is one of the worst. And CNN.
You flew them the long way around the globe.
Sick. There's something wrong with them. But you know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their lives on the
These
line.
pilots, they came to with tears in their
I'm not
eyes.
referring to you, but
It was so
real scum,
scary.
Real scum come out and write
So scary
reports.
flying by stealth airplane
negative
over a
as
country that had no air
It should be
defense.
the opposite. You should make them heroes and heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." Because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life, except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes.
Oh, what a
All right,
fucking
in the back.
embarrassment.
Go ahead, back white, yeah. White jacket, yeah.
Jay Fresh is bearish. Does it really stay flat all day? Probably.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of
Ew.
like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what? We've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years. He said,
Daddy, do you
from
consider
almost
us
the
your
beginning.
children?
And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day.
It's not like a
for
grown
lot of
man
reasons,
dad
but
that
also
isn't
for
your
that.
dad.
think they can
Well, that's
do it
just
without you,
weird.
though, in
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Can they do it with
Well, ask Mark.
States?
I mean, you have to ask Mark. Okay, so we're heading back.
There's
We're heading
only
back. I
one
wanna thank these
daddy.
two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic.
We're being
job.
led by
Susie's in
absolute
the front, and
idiots.
she's done
Yeah.
great. And Monica, thank you very much. That was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
You have to remember that the people that voted for that are even stupider still. It's just a testament to the failure of our educational system. All right, now we can watch JPOW.
About that too. It was said earlier.
No, wait, that's a compliance hearing. That's the wrong one.
Up with two sides with zero tariffs and zero trade barriers. Would that be inflationary?
No, not at all.
That would cause the economy to roar, wouldn't it?
I think it would be.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your endorsement, Mr. Chairman, of the reconciliation bill.
This guy sounds like Foghorn Leghorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Funny, Senator Kennedy, I didn't interpret his comments that same way. I would also say that, one, thank you, and we echo what Senator Reid said, thank you for your independence and doing the job. End of the day, I think tariffs are a tax, and they're going to hit. They're going to hit, I think, starting next quarter. And again, I think the reciprocity argument, that would be a nice goal. I guess I hope we can then explain to the Australians who are a strong ally of us, who we have a free trade agreement, so we don't have tariffs, who we have a trade surplus with, who I'm hoping we're going to be able to build jointly submarines, why they, with all those things, still got whacked with a 10% tariff. Doesn't seem rational or logical to me. But let me get to, I've been very concerned about some of the
Sinbad, it's okay to feel threatened by women that are more intelligent than you.
Workforce. I can tell you some of the DOGE approach in the national security and intel world. Cuts are having dramatic effects. But today I want to mention something that, frankly, doesn't get a lot of attention, a very small entity, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. U.S. economic data, which has always been independent, it's really been viewed as the gold standard across the globe. And frankly, the BLS data often is the guidepost that investors use regularly. BLS helps us get information about cost of living increases, policy making for you guys. It's used to adjust payments on the roughly $2 trillion in Treasury bonds. The truth is that the BLS data shouldn't be degraded in.
Is everything still bullish? Sure.
The administration is so dramatically, and I hope my Republican colleagues will hear on this, cut back the staffing at BLS, that the BLS has had to significantly cut back on the collection of critical price and inflation data. Normally, BLS staff, when you don't have all the data collected, will estimate about 10% of the inputs into the CPI. Now, with these cutbacks, they've had to estimate close to 30% of the data. That means faultier data. How can we grapple with this, and what does the undermining and staffing shortages at a BLS mean in terms of your ability at the Fed to do your job?
You know, we can still do our job. I would not want anyone to think that the data have deteriorated to a point where it's difficult for us to understand the economy as well as we can understand it, which is not perfectly. But the direction of travel is concerning. The U.S. has been a leader globally in investing in how to measure the output of a modern economy, which is something that we've led the world in for a long time. And it really helps not just policymakers, but also businesses. If we have accurate information about what's going on in the economy, you're making decisions based on that economy, not just the Fed, not just you, but private companies as well. So I think it's I think it's something we should continue to invest in. And I don't like to see any deterioration in the public data, which has been the gold standard. The BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and others have really been the bedrock that people really do look to as solid data that tell us what's
And these
happening
people
in the economy.
who do collect this input, who do some of this analysis, they are experts. They are not fungible. You fired one and hire another. I mean, there's an expertise here that has been, I think, being undermined. And again, you just look at the fact that if you have to do your estimates, move it from about 10% estimate to a 30% estimate, that is not good for the markets. Let me move to one other topic in my last minute. Stress tests, really important. Those of us who are involved in Dodd-Frank, really important as we try to particularly think about the most significant banks.
What phony baloney? I mean, she said she was Native American.
I've shared some of
and
the
she's
concern that
part Native American.
the stress test process was so opaque that while the regulators may fully have understood, sometimes the very banks being regulated didn't understand fully the criteria. I know you're taking a look at how we can bring more transparency to the process. When do you think we'll see that? and what
AMD's
kind of
cover
changes you
calls
think
or
we'll make?
toast?
Well, later this
Probably.
year, we've said that we're going to, fully disclose the models. And
Can you get some more
that's the main thing.
geriatrics
If
on
you're gonna
this
set-
committee?
It's like the IRS. If you're going to charge people taxes, you have
Not
to have
without
transparency about
some
what that is. It's going to be the same.
end
as
of
that. We're
life
gonna show
support
how the
readily available
calculations are made
at the Senate.
and we're working on all that right now. We're also going to. We have a proposal out to sort of smooth the results of the
This
test
one's
from year to
goofy
year.
and sometimes over the
So this is
top,
something
but
we're
I think
working
she
on
was
hard and
one of the
expect
very
to,
few elected representatives
have,
that actually wants a
important
better
progress later
country
this
for the
year when we begin
people.
to publish the models.
I mentioned thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ricketts.
Yes, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so I agree. She's very
as we were talking
passionate
tariffs a
about
little
shit,
earlier,
but
the senator from Virginia talked about Australia.
I think she's
I
just
will
as
point out
corrupt
that
as a lot of
Australia
the
has-
rest of them.
Well, we bought about $28 billion worth of Australian beef, and they've bought exactly zero of ours. So there's an opportunity to be able to improve.
Like if you've
that
ever
trade
heard her at
relationship.
the Senate banking
That's one of the things I
committees
hope
going
we're
off
not
about
afraid to do.
fucking
You will acknowledge
regional
there is, though, a
banks
trade-
that
we
nobody
actually
in
have
the
a
world
trade-
We actually have
gives
a
a
trade
shit
surplus
about.
with Australia. That is correct, but we'd like to sell more beef to them. So that's an opportunity. But one quick question.
Some
on
of
that.
that's confusing
Kind of just
though. It's
following
like,
up on
is she
Senator
just
Kennedy's
pulling the party
question.
line?
So if a tariff
Does she
was
really
put in
buy into
place
it? I don't know.
and the prices went up, wouldn't that be a one-time event, right? Because after that, it would be baked in. It's just a one-time thing.
So it might well be, as I indicated in my opening remarks, it might well be a one-time event, but that isn't a law of nature. We would want to make sure of that. We were more sure of that back in 2018 because we'd had 40 years of low inflation. Coming off of a global inflation episode where we haven't fully returned to 2%, it's something that's a question we will approach carefully.
But if the tariff is only put in once and just maintains the flat rate there, then how could that be inflationary in the second year?
Well, because it could be a process of many years. I mean, that's a couple of things. One is if it comes in quickly and it's over and done, then yes, very likely it's a one-time thing, like an oil
Still
shock. A
part
one-time
American
oil shock
Indian.
where the price
Doesn't matter
comes
how many
back down, it goes
generations
through the
ago it
system.
is.
It doesn't raise inflation, just raises prices once. But if you have a process that goes on multiple shocks for years, for example, or if the shocks are very large, that kind of thing. And I think, again, we have to be conscious of the current situation, which is people haven't seen 2% flat inflation for some years now, and it's different from what it was in 2018 when we had tariffs earlier, when we actually cut rates. So I'm not saying we're not reacting at all to this. It's a risk we feel like as the people who are supposed to keep stable prices for the benefit of the American people, we need to manage that risk too. That's all we're doing. We're not deciding what to do yet.
So if Senator Warner's comment that a tariff is a tax, would that imply that then taxes could be inflationary as well?
No.
So what's the difference between a tax and a tariff then? Or do you disagree with Senator Warner's characterization that tariffs are not taxes?
I wouldn't disagree with that, but it's not the language I use. Look, this is, as I say, one time could be the base case, but in a situation like this where the process could go on for a long time, where the effects could be large or small, it's just something you want to approach carefully in a world where inflation is not back to 2%. And that's our job. If we make a mistake here, people will pay the cost for a long time. And so we're just approaching the question carefully. That's all we're doing. You know that, a majority of my committee has said that they do expect to cut rates between now and the end of the year in the remaining 4 meetings. So it's not that we're, taking a strong view that it will be inflation and not a one-time cost increase. It's just that we're going to take
The video over GM
a
was
careful
minimal
approach to
supportive
that
for
very
155.
critical question.
Reasonable to
Let me
sell
switch gears on
spread,
you a little bit.
155, 160,
Communist China
287.
is our single greatest threat to America's national security and financial independence. Now more than ever, the U.S. must ensure the security of our financial system against Communist China's malign influence. And in 2022, Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee released a report identifying efforts by Communist China operatives to infiltrate the Federal Reserve System. The report contained real-life examples of Communist China's attempts and
I
tactics.
feel like
used to
157,
target
50,
Federal Reserve
160
officials.
would be
In late
safer.
January, a former senior advisor to the Fed Reserve was arrested on charges that he conspired to steal Federal Reserve trade
Because
secrets to
positioning
benefit
can
and
still,
advance
they're like, there's still
Communist
time for
China's
positioning to
interests.
accumulate to the
This Wall Street
upside.
Journal article from May 2025 details the potential ramifications of his actions. The kind of data and trade secrets that this Fed Reserve employee shared could allow Communist China to manipulate the U.S. market and gain advanced knowledge of changes to the federal funds rate. It could provide Communist China with an advantage when selling or buying U.S. bonds and securities. Chairman, has the Fed Reserve made any changes to strengthen its internal counterintelligence and security protocols since the development of these incidents?
So that's an incident, and I would say we take it very seriously. We have quite elaborate and serious and strict provisions around staff access to information, serious protections for confidential information. We have background checks. We have annual training. We have many of those things. I don't know that we've made any fundamental
Not
changes,
further out, but probably
we're
higher
certainly,
up.
Sorry, very sorry.
That's
to
just, I
see
mean, that's just how
something like
I would
this
do
having
it. It's
taken
not that the
place
150,
and,
like your thesis
you
is
know,
bad.
I mean,
It's
we're certainly
just-
looking at the protections we have in place.
I would
Great.
probably
I have
want an
another question. We'll
additional
just
level of
move to
safety.
QFR, but I know the chairman said you've got a heart out, so I'll go ahead and yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell. Good to see you. I want to start by acknowledging the continued uptake of the FedNow, real payment system. I know I've raised the development and rollout
There's
of
a
that
bunch of
system
Native American
with you
tribes
in
that
many,
just
many hearings
require,
over many years.
like,
We're
lineal
now about 2
descent
years
to
after
join.
launch. I want to
You
continue
don't have
to
to
work
have
with you and your
you don't have to have any,
colleagues to
like,
encourage
significant
expanded
amount
adoption
of
the capability and capacity so that
like,
customers have real-time
blood
access
relation
to
or
their
direct
money.
blood
So,
relation.
I just ask that we continue to work on that together.
There
Do you
are
agree?
ones that require that.
I thought you might.
Like
Thank you.
1/16,
So I want to ask you about
1/8,
the
1/4, 1/2
student loan situation in the country, and you've talked about this in the
Georgia
past.
man
You've talked
fatally
about how it
shoots
can be a
uncle
drag
over
on the
honey bun.
economy, especially when it gets to be very high in terms of
How far
balances that
can we
cannot be
fall
paid.
today?
According
If
to
we
the New
fail?
York Fed, student loan balances grew by $16 billion to reach $1.63 trillion in the first quarter of this
I don't
year.
know. There's support at
Data
80,
shows an
there's
uptick
support
in
at
the student
60,
loan delinquency rate
50,
overall,
40,
the age of delinquent borrowers,
shitload of
and the
soul puts
number
down at
of
30.
newly delinquent borrowers.
We do have some
Department of
bot puts,
Education,
right
meanwhile,
around spot
restarted
here.
debt collection activities last month. And starting in July, nearly 2 million borrowers could see
propped up by
their
sold calls at
wages being
6,100
garnished.
for now.
Meanwhile, here,
But I would say
in the
first
Senate,
support at 80.
President Trump
Probably,
and
if
Republican
we were to
senators
fail.
are working to pass this piece of legislation
and fill the rest
that
of the
would
gap.
limit affordable loan repayment options and make it harder for borrowers to responsibly repay their debt and get back on a path toward financial health. So, Mr. Chairman, you said before in your testimonies that student loan debt can negatively impact borrowers' ability to fully participate in our economy.
Yeah, we could
and
essentially. I mean,
that
I don't
it
know if I've
can
ever seen us
weigh down
close
on the
above
economy
VN
overall.
2
Is that
days in a
still your
row.
view?
Yes, it is.
But I don't see why
And
not.
could you
I mean,
just share your assessment?
I don't know
just
how
from a factual
important. Like, I mean, there's
perspective
some
about
importance
how
to
this problem
vig and neutral on the
seems to be
monthly,
growing at this point
but
in time,
almost
and-
all of
and
the positioning right
what
now
would
is on the
happen,
weekly contracts.
if we
So I would say
allow
that
all
vig
of
and neutral on
these
the weekly is
borrowers,
a far more
to
important level.
Default.
The point
as
I
far
was
as
making,
you know,
I try
upside
hard not to
resistance
comment on
goes.
things that aren't Fed policy, but I broke that rule in this case many years ago, so I'll just say what I said then, which is, you know, you can make all kinds of investments and you can discharge if you can't pay back the loan, you can discharge it in bankruptcy. The one exception we make is student loans, I ask whether that is wise national policy. People that borrow to invest in their education, that we do not forgive. It seems like something for Congress to consider, that's all. It's none of the Fed's business, really. Ultimately, it's not a big macroeconomic thing, but I've said it before. I said it again.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your breaking your own rule before, and I appreciate your
I won't do it
seconding
again.
now. I could not agree with you more about the anomaly in the ability to discharge a debt in bankruptcy. The idea that student loan sort of is the one category of debt that we don't allow to be discharged is confounding. I think, unfortunately, so far, it's been a sign of the power of some of the companies involved in that area. And I just came from another committee where I'm the ranking member, so I apologize if you already talked about the tariff situation. But I know this was obviously a factor that you all had to consider in making decisions about changes in the interest rates. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty in the economy. I mean, I hear it every day from Marylanders.
So I can just charge $1 million house I can't afford, but not my
businesses
$100K on student loans for
rely
my
on tariffs.
education, which probably
You're an
didn't work
economist,
because
you
I'm
know that
declaring bankruptcy.
Increasing
That's
tariffs
correct.
is like increasing taxes across the board. But can you just speak to the uncertainty component of all of this and how that is weighing on people's decisions?
So surveys show very widely that people feel uncertain about the economy, and they do point to tariffs in that answer. I will say, though, that actually peaked back in April and has come down a little bit. And if you talk to businesses, I talked to an unusually large number
I think we
of
probably
business
need
people
to
in the last
do a
couple
little
of
bit
months.
of a
and
pullback before
the
we
feeling
can
is a
push
little
out to
better now
all-time
than it
highs,
was.
but not
They're
like a
getting on
crazy
with it
one.
and feeling,
Problem is we just like kind
I'd
of
say surveys are
slammed
still
right
showing
into
depressed
resistance,
sentiment,
and now we're
but it's
stuck
moved up
here.
from where it was.
Resistance is
I
higher
would say,
than it
Mr.
was
Chairman,
previously, but that's all that
may be
really
the case at this
changed.
moment, but we all know that we could wake up.
We went
any
from
morning
slamming
and see
into
another
resistance
tweet,
to a couple days of sell-off, and
change
then
dramatically.
slammed right back into resistance.
So
but resistance
I
didn't have enough
appreciate
time to move up
your efforts
higher,
to
and there's
try to do what you can
lower
to meet your
demand
dual
for
objectives,
short vol, simply
Yes,
because
sir.
we have a lot of
Senator Lummis.
important macro
Thank you, Mr.
events
Chairman,
coming
and
over the
thanks,
next
Chairman Powell,
couple
for
of
being here
weeks.
today. As you know, what always
And important
vexes
macroeconomic
me
data.
and has
So,
for the last
I mean,
4.5
it's
years
understandable
about,
that nobody
the
wants
Federal
to sell a
Reserve
lot
is
of puts
the bank
here.
supervision function,
But
as
really,
opposed to
it's
the
below
monetary
us where
policy
more
function.
puts need to
So
be
I'm
sold.
going to focus on bank supervision.
So that, like,
First of
neutral
all, I
point
do
in
want to
the
thank
market
you and
maker's
Vice
hedge
Chair
can move up.
Mickey Bowman for ensuring
And it stops acting
reputation
as
risk
a
has been
resistance to
removed
upside
from
momentum.
the bank supervision process. It was very arbitrarily used by those who were supervising. On January 27th, 2023.
You don't understand, Mongo Man. He thinks
I'd
the
call it the
pilots
high
need to like
watermark
look
for
down
Operation
from
Choke
30,000
Point
feet
2.0.
out of a
Federal
hatch
Reserve
into the
Board,
blackness of
in
the desert
coordination
and
with
aim the
President
bomb
Biden's White
themselves.
House, executed a coordinated attack to isolate the digital asset industry from the banking system. And while the Fed has taken steps to adopt a more balanced approach to digital assets, which I appreciate, the legacy of January 27th, 2023 remains with us today. So I'd like you to look at this quote. Another statement, and I'm sorry if you can't see it clearly, I'll read it to you. It's from the Genius Act, which just passed the Senate by a vote of 68 to 30 last week. And it takes the opposite position to the board's policy statement on issuing stablecoins on an open, public, distributed ledger. So my question is, what has changed about the risk of stablecoins since the board adopted its policy in 2023? And now that the Congress has weighed in, at least the Senate has weighed in and sent the Genius Act to the House, does the board plan to withdraw the policy statement on Section 913?
So I think what has changed is, if you go back, that's a couple of years ago, that was the period of high-profile failures and fraud and that kind of thing. And what's happened is, I think, the industry is maturing, our understanding of it is improving, and in a sense, it's becoming much more mainstream. So all of us are revisiting, the things that were done during that era. And I think the current view is that, that it's appropriate it's always been appropriate for banks to choose their customers and to be able to undertake activities as long as they're safe and sound. In terms of, I think I have to get back to you on 913. I think it's a broader thing that has nothing to do with crypto, but that was a piece of it. We are looking at and withdrawing many of our pieces of crypto guidance from that era, though, as you know.
And I appreciate that. I hope that by withdrawing the guidance, that you're also instructing and admonishing your bank's supervisors to when there are efforts to regulate banks that provide too much discretion to bank regulators to pick winners and losers from among the customer lists, the loan portfolios of banks. It's antithetical to the American system of banking. And I do think that there was that kind of discretion unleashed on banks, and it had a negative impact, a real chilling impact on banks as they selected and banked certain industries and then debanked other industries and other people during the last 4 years. So taking the guidance documents and policy statements out is important, but also guiding the people that there are changes now and that they can no longer use their own subjective biases towards DEI and ESG and other things in supervising the banks is also a critical component of bank regulation.
I agree completely. And as you know, Vice Chair Bowman is actually a former bank supervisor, so she's very well placed to make that happen.
And I realize that she as vice chair is more directly involved in bank supervision. I hope that you will use your role to punctuate the importance of those changes within the bank supervision function at the Fed.
We're going to have to move on.
Thank you.
I'm assuming your answer is yes. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair Powell, and welcome to the committee. So, Chair Powell, a few months ago, you issued a warning about the trajectory of our national debt. Speaking at a New York Times event, you said the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not only at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable, and we know that we have to change that. Would you still agree that that is true?
Yes, that's the one thing that I would always say, and that my predecessors have said, and that's the kind of the only thing we say about fiscal policy.
Exactly. And I would agree with that. At a time when Americans are struggling to figure out how to afford their lives and have low confidence in the economy, to add to the deficit now, as the big, beautiful bill does, just strikes me as unsustainable. Now, I'm not asking you to moderate between Republican and Democratic policy differences on the big, beautiful bill, but would you agree that the big, beautiful bill adds to the deficit based on the data that you've seen?
I'm just not going to comment on the reconciliation.
Okay. Well, I will just point out to my colleagues that the CBO says that it adds to the deficit. The Joint Committee on Taxation says that it adds to the deficit. The Yale Budget Lab says that it adds to the deficit. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that it adds to the deficit. The Penn-Wharton budget model says that it adds to the deficit. And even some of my Republican colleagues Senator Johnson, Senator Paul say that it adds to the budget. And as Senator Johnson says, it's wrong and immoral. So I appreciate that you won't comment on any of this, but let me just ask you an economic question. Can you talk a bit about what impact a rising deficit has on our goal of lowering costs for Americans, especially in the Trump tariff environment that we are in right now?
I'm sorry.
What impact does a rising deficit have on our goal of lowering costs for Americans, particularly when we are in this Trump tariff environment, the unpredictability of that?
So I think it's likely that when markets are pricing longer-term Treasury securities, there's something baked into that in the market's thinking about interest rates. What should be the appropriate interest rate? But it's hard to unpack that with any precision.
These are factors that have lots of interplay between one another.
Yes.
Yes. And Chair Powell, could you just comment briefly about the potential risks of stagflation, where we have slower growth and higher inflation? I know this is something that the Fed guards against, and could you just comment a bit on the risks of that and what it means for regular Americans trying to afford their lives?
So we're not seeing that now.
Yeah.
It isn't really the base case that that's what we're going to see. But of course, that's a very difficult thing because, a stagnant economy wants more stimulus, but an economy with more inflation wants less stimulus. So it puts the central bank in a hard place. We've warned of it, but it's honestly not something that we're facing or that we expect to face. But it's something we're monitoring is what's happening.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a question I asked you the last time you were before the committee. I asked about the impact of severe weather events, otherwise known as climate change, on home insurance costs. And you testified that, I think you said, if you fast forward over 10 or 15 years, there are going to be regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage because of the impact of the challenges of insurance companies just not being able to provide that. Since February, when I asked you that question, home insurance rates have continued to climb. A recent analysis about climate risk from First Street found that financial burdens from severe weather are driving up household costs and triggering increased mortgage defaults. Now, it's at about 8% now, but they project that by 2035, 30% of all foreclosure losses would be related to climate impacts, which is pretty stunning. Now, I realize this is a complicated issue because insurance is regulated primarily at the state level, though there are exceptions. Flood insurance and terrorism insurance are exceptions. But I wonder if you would comment on this. I'm thinking a lot about what impact this has on housing costs, which is a big component of inflation and a place where housing costs are rising higher than the general inflation rate right now.
Many things are driving up housing costs.
That's true.
It's of course mortgage rates, but it's also zoning costs and things like this for properties that are near the water. Particularly, for example, we spend some time down in Florida. Property insurance just gets more and more and more expensive, and to the point where it almost makes sense to self-insure, and that's because of just big losses. Companies are just putting that in their models, and they're charging what they need to charge to make a return. And if they can't get that, then they'll leave that state. So that seems to be what's happening.
I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're always polite. So.
Minnesota knows.
Gave her 22 seconds. Yes. Thank
That's
you,
why they call me the Velvet Hammer, sir.
Yes. I didn't say that you weren't harsh as well. You're just nice when you do it, like just right now. See. Senator Moreno, remind me not to give Tina a compliment in the middle of the back.
Chairman Powell, just want to make certain I understand this correctly. Control inflation and maximize employment. That's it. Two things, correct?
Yes.
So let's take one at a time. Maximize employment. Do you care if every American makes minimum wage or makes a livable wage? Is that something that factors into your thought process? In other words, we have full employment, but most Americans are on substandard wages. Does that change your calculus?
Does it change my what?
Calculus. Does it? You can't. In other words, is it full employment is full employment? Every American has a job, but they're making minimum wage. versus having a family-sustaining wage. Does that matter to the Federal Reserve?
It would matter to the country a lot.
I'm saying, does it matter to the Federal Reserve when you're making your decision?
Honestly, we don't really have the tools to affect that.
Right. So it doesn't factor in. Now that's different than us. The people of this country elect us to make certain that their wages are higher than inflation. And by the way, let the records show that real wages are up this year. So we've done that, not the Federal Reserve. Second piece of it is, let's talk about inflation first.
Well, we've helped control inflation, which is part of that.
We're going to jump right into the inflation conversation. There's different kinds of inflation. There's different causes. There's not witnesses to inflation. There's key actors to inflation. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay. So let's talk about the actors. Did you comment during COVID lockdowns that was a bad idea, meaning that you're shutting down the entire economy? It's not a button. I hit the button, you can hear me. It's on and off. COVID wasn't that. We just shut down the economy. Any comments on that?
Of course not.
Okay, so you didn't comment on that. Vaccine mandates, something that my Democrat colleagues loved. If you don't get the vaccine, you're a terrible human being. You can't go to work. In fact, Joe Biden was overruled by the Supreme Court because he said that if you work in a company with more than 100 employees and you don't get vaccinated, the company has the ability to fire you, unless you prove that you're negative on COVID. That obviously is a supply chain shock, wouldn't you agree? If I'm running an assembly line and now I have to put my people 6 feet apart and now I have people quitting or not coming to work or I have to fire them, that's a supply chain shock, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it's a medical thing that you
No, but it's a supply chain shock.
George Washington.
I'm not asking you to make a medical decision. I'm asking you to make a Fed decision on inflation.
Way outside anything we would comment.
But it affects inflation because supply.
It didn't. In fact.
Are you saying that supply chain shocks don't affect inflation?
They do, but that
okay, they do.
didn't.
So that's clearly one. If you ban the export of liquid natural gas, which is going to cause the commodity price to go up, would that the supply shock not also cause inflation?
Potentially could.
Yeah. So, and now the ranking member loves to talk about billionaire corporations, that are going to get away with paying taxes, right? Who pays corporate taxes? Like, who pays it? Is it like some obscure Wizard of Oz character behind a curtain that is a corporate entity that pays taxes? Who pays taxes?
I mean, ultimately, it's shareholders and customers.
So I'm going to read you a line. You tell me this is accurate. On taxes, it's not possible to know in advance precisely how the costs will be shared for taxes. I added
Correct.
that.
I would
but
agree.
it is highly likely that consumers will pay a meaningful share. Meaning if the ranking member has her way, let's just tax corporations at 100%. Why not? Be fantastic, right? Oh, nobody would want to start a company, but that aside, that cost would be added to consumer products, correct?
A tax or a tariff? What are you talking about now?
If the income tax for American corporations goes up, they will share that tax burden with their consumers. True or false?
Yeah, ultimately.
Yeah. So then taxes do raise inflation, but you don't comment on it.
I mean, they haven't.
And you don't. But you don't.
Not true.
I got
empirically, it's not true.
The chairman's going to beat me up in 56 seconds. So, but you sent me a very nice letter, which I appreciate. And it says the Federal Reserve plays no role in commenting on trade policy. So you don't comment on supply shocks. You don't comment on tax policy, which clearly affects inflation. You don't comment on demand pull. You just said now that we should forgive student debt. Why is a person that goes to Harvard, that gets a gender studies major, pays Harvard obscene amounts of money because professors are grossly overpaid there, is that person better than a working class Ohioan that is a plumber but can't afford a car because interest rates are too high and car prices have gone up? Why don't we forgive that person's car loan instead of forgiving their student loan? But you don't comment on that. You comment on tariffs. So I'm going to just show you.
I don't comment on tariffs at all, actually. I comment on
only
inflation.
commented on tariffs.
I'm not commenting on the
tariffs.
wisdom of tariffs.
Look, the chairman's over there in the conversation. I'm going to show you a chart here. This is car prices.
I'm paying attention, however.
This is car prices since this year. Come on. Car prices are down. Car prices are down. Inflation in America is down. We got elected by millions of voters. You got elected by one person. He doesn't want you to be in that job. And you are costing this government $400 billion a year by refusing to lower interest rates. Nobody in this chamber has that
Holy
kind
shit,
of
this
power
guy's
to
got
have
a chat.
$400 billion impact on this economy, on our deficit. And I just think that you should consider whether you're really looking at this from a fiscal lens.
Who
or
the
a
fuck is
political
this
lens,
guy?
Because you just don't like tariffs.
Senator
My internet went
Warnock
out,
is next.
and then I went to fix it, and then I made breakfast.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and
I see
thank
we
you,
filled
Chair
the
Powell.
gap,
Good to see you. The
sort
United
of.
States national debt currently exceeds $36 trillion. Last year, we paid
Left
nearly
a gap
$1 trillion
at
in interest on
6104
the debt
and
alone,
6100.
more than the federal government spent on educating and feeding our children. Chair Powell, how does the Fed consider rising national debt levels during discussions about adjusting interest rates?
We really don't. We take fiscal policy as completely exogenous, and we look at the data that's coming in, but we don't. We're never going to take into account budget.
Is it just another day of people blaming
here's my
JPOW for
concern.
tariffs?
Maybe Congress should be thinking about it. The world is losing faith in America's ability to repay our debt. We have seen a sell-off in the bond market. The United States dollar has lost more than 10% of its value against the euro and pound, and is down against nearly every single major
No, you
currency
rolled all the way back to
in
COVID.
the world back in
Damn.
May. Moody's downgraded the U.S. government's credit rating because of
JPOW
growing
must not
debt
have answered his
and sinking
letters.
confidence in lawmakers' willingness to address this issue. Historically, high debt pushes up interest rates, slowing economic growth and setting up a dangerous debt cycle where both interest rates and debt continue to rise. Chair Powell, how does the size and the trajectory of the national debt affect the Federal Reserve's ability to manage inflation in good economic times and spur investment and hiring in slower economic times?
I'm happy to say that today, those things do not affect our ability to do our job. The concern really is that if we don't do something, then there will come a time at which it will be a problem, not for us, but for the country. But that, at this time, it does not interfere in any way with our ability to do
That is a realistic concern in the future, given the rate of increasing debt. And
The
it's
Fed
something
is a
I'm
bank
concerned
that
about.
is
and
more
maybe
than
because
happy
it's in
to
the
buy
future.
U.S. debt at higher interest
Maybe that's
rates.
why, folks who have power, who sit in these jobs, aren't as concerned about it as perhaps the Congress should be. I'm concerned about it as a father.
Yeah,
of a
cars are
6-year-old
forgiven
and
in
an 8-year-old.
bankruptcy.
I'm concerned that my Republican colleagues are planning to ram forward a bill that, according to the Congressional Budget Office, will increase the deficit by $4.2 trillion. So I want us to think about that. We're taking food out of the mouths of hungry children. This bill could cut as many as 16 million Americans off of health care. When we think about Medicaid, 71% of the Medicaid recipients in Georgia are children. So we're taking their health care, and then we're saying to these children that you'll have to deal with these trillions of dollars in debt one day. $4.2 trillion increase. Senate Republicans are trying to use a budget gimmick to claim the bill only costs a fraction of that by simply not counting things they don't want to count. If they don't like the math, they just change the formula. But the markets and those investing in our country don't care about these budget tricks. And I don't think it will help my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old when the bill comes due on this. They know the truth, and they will react based on the truth. The big ugly bill will put the United States on a disastrous fiscal path, and it will be catastrophic for our economy. Even worse, the big ugly bill is cutting people off of their health care, and for what purpose? To give tax cuts to the wealthiest. So this is an interesting moment for me, for someone who didn't know I'd end up in politics, who just paid attention to politics over the years. They're getting ready to create a whole lot of pain for a lot of people. And the question is, for what purpose? To give billionaires a tax cut. I think we ought to work together to prioritize extending tax cuts for the working class. We shouldn't be cutting their health care. We ought to save the country trillions of dollars by not giving more tax breaks to the richest Americans. And if we try to work together, we can save our economy from this disaster and still protect working families from a tax
lends money
I believe
at
in
the
tax
fucking
cuts. I
rates
think
it sets.
working class Americans ought to give them, ought to receive them. and we ought not be burdening our children with all of this debt.
Okay, so you can see
With
how
that,
it's in the
I
Fed's
yield,
interest
and the chairman should take note that the
to
Baptist
continue
preacher
making
is done
money.
with 3 seconds left.
And the people said amen. Okay. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for holding this meeting. And Chairman Powell, it's good to see you here again. Chairman Powell, I want to talk with you about inflationary and deflationary trends in our economy and how they impact your thinking. I understand, based on your testimony and recent statements, that you're acutely sensitive to the inflationary risks of our administration's trade policy. And though I note that it's not the Fed's responsibility to attempt to steer or to directly offset that policy in any way, I look at that, I look at your perspective, but I also look at many of the other developments in our country that I think present the opposite risk, which is a disinflation risk. And let me dig into this a bit. We're witnessing artificial intelligence adoption at breakneck speed. That's going to bring about productivity gains in nearly every aspect of our economy. We're about to pass a tax bill. That tax bill is going to encourage capital expenditures and long overdue upgrades to our manufacturing capacity, again, increasing productivity. And if you think about the concerted effort that's being undertaken by our federal government right now to reduce waste and bloated, unproductive government payrolls, all of these point to disinflationary productivity gains. So given the competing sources of uncertainty that we're talking about, it feels to me like the Fed's far more focused on tariffs and the inflationary impact of tariffs than on the deflationary impact of the points I just mentioned. So if uncertainty around tariffs is the primary reason that impacts your thoughts, I mean, how do you counter, how do you bring into account these disinflationary trends that I've just mentioned?
So we do look at the overall picture, and that's actually what's been happening is services inflation's been coming down, and that's been covering what we see so far, small increases in goods inflation. I would also mention a factor that you didn't mention on your list, which is regulation, which is an area which could also be over time disinflationary. Yeah. So we get that. I mean, I try to say that it's the broad sweep of policies and the broader economy that matters for inflation. I get asked about tariffs a lot, and that's the one where all forecasters are expecting, a significant increase between now and the end of this year. We don't know how big it's going to be. We don't know when it's going to come, but it's just something that we're waiting to see more information on so we can make a better decision on interest rates. That's all it is.
Well, I hear the discussion about not knowing the magnitude and the timing of the trade talks and the resulting tariffs that will ensue. It does seem to me that there's a bias toward viewing this as more inflationary than deflationary. And I'd like to ask you this. If Ambassador Greer is successful at bringing the trade deals together soon and alleviating that uncertainty, what would that do to your perspective on rates? Would that put you in a position to think more aggressively about lowering rates?
Yes, potentially it would. I mean, really, it's reducing uncertainty would help, and also just what's going to be the final tariff rate and getting that settled. And I think that's the path we're on.
I think that's welcome news. I think the markets will welcome that as well, because I do believe that we're on the path, as you're about to say, of having some significant resolution in trade uncertainty. We've lived in an unbalanced world for years, where the United States has had the lowest tariff barriers in the world, and other nations have taken advantage of that. Jameson Greer and this team, Scott Bessent and his team, the president, everyone is making a concerted effort to fix this. So I'm looking forward to that. One other area I wanted to touch on, because it's touching close to home, and that is legislation that this committee has just passed out and that we've just passed in the Senate. That's to do with the Genius Act. We just passed it last week. And it provides an urgently needed regulatory framework for payment.
Looks like I got kicked on the
Discord,
Discord, but I started it back up again.
By cash or short-dated U.S. Treasuries. Over the last 5 years, the total value of outstanding stablecoins has increased from approximately $4 billion to over $2 billion today. One market participant has predicted that if a framework like the Genius Act is adopted, total issuance of dollar-pegged stablecoins could reach nearly $4 trillion.
I said 80 is the
by
first
the end
support.
of the decade. So I wanted to get your perspective again, Mr. Chairman, of what impact would this new source of demand for bills have on the yield curve, and in particular, what impact would it have on short-term rates?
So more demand is going to have a tendency to drive down rates. I don't really have a sense of how big that effect would be, of course. And let me just say that it's a great thing that we're making progress toward a stablecoin framework.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree with you more. The direction clearly is that it's going to drive rates down. I think it's very positive for the economy, positive for our cost of borrowing as a nation. And I appreciate your response there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very
We've
much.
watched a lot of congressional hearings here, and JPOW is by far the
Mr.
best
Chairman.
witness.
Chairman
All he
Powell's
does
good
is
to
just
see
sit
you.
there
Thank you
and
for
let
being
people
here.
make turds of
I
themselves.
want to follow up on
it's
a
great.
question from Senator Warner.
He's truly,
about
he is
data
truly great at it.
Deterioration.
How dare
I'm
Trump
concerned
say
about
he is?
that as well.
What did he call him?
The Trump administration. I'm watching as they've ended dozens of research studies that business and
Mentally
government leaders
small
rely
or something?
on. So my question to you, are there specific research projects that the Bureau of Labor Statistics provided that they no longer do?
Average mentally.
That the Federal Reserve researchers cannot replicate on their own or through other sources?
I'm
The
not
exact
aware of
quote
any.
is important because
it doesn't mean they don't exist, but mainly
he's,
it's the regular data they
he
supply.
made himself sound
and
even
as you know,
stupider.
They cut back on the size of that survey.
Right. So I would hope as we move forward, and not just in today's hearing, but if there is some other data or you're relying on data that you're not getting, or there's now another source for that data, I would please share that with the committee. Thank you.
Yes.
During the Biden administration, the Federal Housing Finance Agency and the Federal Reserve worked together to improve access to the discount window for banks. What is the status of that collaboration with the FHFA?
I can't speak to the FHFA. I can speak to the fact that we're really looking carefully at modernizing the discount window and making.
But we're not there
investments.
yet?
No, it's going to be this is a project that will take some time. It's the discount window.
Average
needs to be
mentality
updated and refreshed from a
person.
technological standpoint, so that people can access it readily and that kind of thing. It's still a little bit behind.
He also said moonless.
Age
Yeah.
in that respect.
Do you have a time frame that you're looking at to,
I'll get back to you. It's
Okay.
something we've been working on.
or is
hard.
there a funding impediment that is also
No.
addressing this?
I said
Okay.
80 is
If
the
you
first
could-
We're moving
support.
on with it. I'll come back to you
Okay,
on that.
thank you.
We could get
In
some
March,
here
the
at
Federal
90.
Reserve, together
but
with the
80 is the
FDIC
first
and
major
OCC,
one.
announced that you all intend to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Reinvestment Act proposed rule. I prefer the proposed rule as it would better address the needs of states like Nevada that don't have headquarters of large banks.
What'd you even ask me? Can't you just
How
see it?
will you ensure that the new CRA guidance improves access to financial services, to loans, to investments in underserved rural and tribal communities?
So I think in March we announced that we're putting out for comment really a proposal to withdraw the proposed guidance, which
Okay.
had been the subject of
This
litigation.
is Dork's mom
and
politically.
In the meantime, we're going back to the old CRA rules.
Was she a
and I think
third-party
that's where we
senator?
Will be. I don't have anything more in terms of what we might change
I'm not even
with
trading
respect to
right
those
now.
old rules, but that's where
So
we
the
are.
default are the old rules,
Yes.
and those may be.
CRA as it existed before
ongoing.
this
Yeah.
proposal, which actually never took effect.
Right, okay, that's helpful. Community banks benefited from high deposits during the pandemic. Since then, the net interest margin for community banks has fallen.
How do you have a dead
What,
put? Is
what
it from
specific
yesterday?
challenges do you see for community banks, if any?
Community banks, are very important. We want a banking system that has all different sizes and shapes of banks, and community banks are absolutely critical. They know what's going on in communities and in a way that the big banks can't possibly. So they're critical.
Has
part of
Nevada
our
ever had a
infrastructure, and I think they've
politician
been
that
under
wasn't owned by
pressure
casinos?
because, frankly, regulatory costs fixed costs of regulation have gone
Your
up.
state
We-
wouldn't
we
even
try not
have
to contribute to
politicians
that.
if it weren't
The
for
number of banks has
casinos.
been going down pretty steadily, and that's not something we're trying to foster, but it's a sort of long-run trend of really the last 30 years. So we try not to add to what is a secular trend because we think they're important.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, appreciate it.
The only people living there would be like you and 6
Chair
cow
Warren, I
farmers.
yield my time.
Maybe like an alfalfa field or two.
Senator Britt. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Chair Powell, thank you for being here with us today. I want to start just by echoing the
It'd
comments
just be Eastern
of,
California.
Senator Cortez Masto when it comes to community banks. Obviously believe that community banks and credit unions, financial institutions that serve everyday Americans and main streets across the great state of Alabama and our country are so critically important to people being able to actually achieve the American dream. And want to make sure, I know we've talked about this the last few times that you've been in front of us. We've talked
Did she talk about
the
regional
rewrite
banks?
Of Basel III, we've talked about long-term debt, we've talked about Reg II, we've talked about a ton of things, and talked about my concern that no one was looking at the cumulative impact of those things and the trickle-down effect. I just want to get a commitment
There is
from
no
you
trickle-down
that as you are
effect.
reviewing rulemaking across the board, that you will consider and make sure to make the perspective of the smallest U.S. banks and non-financial industries like the ag sector who did not maybe have a seat at the table in previous administrations, but give them a seat at the table and make sure that you're thinking about the impact on those individuals and the people they serve.
I'm happy to make that commitment.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. I also want to talk to you about an issue that has been brought up briefly today by another colleague of mine, but that is about childcare. So when we look at the childcare crisis in this country, we know that our economy loses about $122 billion
It would appear that we
a year
did, yes.
because of affordability and accessibility, reliability, if you will, of childcare. It is said that anyone who has a child between the ages 0 and 5 actually spends 22% of their income on childcare. We have done the studies and looked at the numbers, and 59% of stay-at-home and or part-time working parents say that they would like to re-enter the workforce, but that affordability or accessibility is an impediment to do that. As we are looking to build back America, as we are looking to create opportunity and bring those things into fruition, would you agree that taking a look and being able to address, not asking you to comment on any specific proposal, but addressing some of the shortfalls related to accessibility and affordability of childcare would have a positive long-term impact on the economy?
So I think there's quite a bit of research showing exactly that, and we really saw it during the pandemic. As I think you know and have pointed out, it's not an issue that we play a role on, but clearly it would contribute. Childcare would contribute to participation in the labor force by many.
Absolutely, and as Alabama looks, we look at our labor participation rate. It is 5 points lower than the national average. We continue to look to ways to get people re-engaged in the workforce and know that addressing this head on will help us be able to achieve that. So thank you so much, Chair Powell. I look forward to continuing to work to get that done. So there has been some angst vocalized about the reconciliation bill and the president's trade policies. And from my perspective, much of that skepticism is both unfair and premature. Market resiliency and recent economic data actually continues to reflect confidence in the U.S. economy. Look at the recent Treasury auction, which was notably successful and saw stronger than expected demands for 30-year bonds and stable, even slightly declining yields. To me, this demonstrates that investors still view the U.S. debt as an attractive asset, regardless of the ongoing policy discussions and debates and forging a pathway forward. And those fundamentals of the economy, actually remain quite strong. Chair Powell, would you agree that the components of our economy actually remain quite strong? And how does the Fed consider this type of strong auction performance in the context of your market expectations and monetary policy discussions?
So, as you point out, the Treasury market is working fine just now. Liquidity is adequate, and bond prices are responding to economic events, and so bond market's in good shape. In terms of the strength of the economy, I would strongly agree. The labor market's in a solid place. The economy's growing. Inflation is in a pretty good place, come much closer to 2%. So it's a very solid economy. We are watching the labor market very closely, as we always do. And a couple of things in particular. One is just a very low hiring rate, which goes with a low layoff rate. But if we were to start to see layoffs, we would see unemployment go up quickly, and so we're watching that carefully. But the labor market has remained solid, and I would agree with your overall characterization.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us today. You've often said in the past that when it comes to monetary policy that it works with a lag, right? That this is something that you're having to try to assess the data that's before you.
Right.
I'm thinking about this because we have the Federal Open Market Committee, FOMC 5-year review, and you were talking about tariffs and the uncertainty of this moment. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, how do you balance sort of assessing between more of the backwards-looking data that you're able to look at more tangibly in that way, but also addressing sort of forward-looking models to try to understand where things are heading?
That's really the challenge that all forecasters have, and really monetary policy needs to be forward-looking. At the same time, we need to be humble about our how hard it is to forecast. So particularly at times of high uncertainty, which I would say I would include now, you really want to look at the real data and take signal from that, and not be too brave about what your forecast might be, because it's going to be highly uncertain.
So you're saying that in times of greater uncertainty, in some ways that makes you more interested in the backwards-looking data to sort of guide you?
Well, I'd almost flip it around. Yes, but I'd almost flip it around and say at a time like that, you don't want to be giving a lot of forward guidance, and you don't want to be acting as though you have a lot of certainty about the path forward. It makes sense to move more slowly in most situations where there's more uncertainty. There are situations where it would not make sense to move slowly, but in most cases, you'd want to move more slowly.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I talked to some of my constituents back home. There's this one conversation I had that has really stuck with me, where a woman was telling me that there's so much uncertainty right now in the world and certainly in her life that she says it's hard for her to even breathe sometimes. She just feels this kind of weight upon her chest. And I've thought about that a lot, because I try to think through what can we do to try to alleviate that concern, alleviate that anxiety for people. But you can see it. I mean, right now, whether it's about what's unfolding in the Middle East and the fragility of what comes next. When I look at this reconciliation bill before us in the Senate, I do worry not just about the deficit, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, but about the potential of significant job loss that we're seeing, whether in the healthcare industry, whether in the energy industries. And certainly when it comes to tariffs, as you said, trying to think through what comes next in terms of whether deals are struck and at what levels. Are you taking into account that by sort of an issue-based level, or are you looking at sort of the global instability in terms of the different crises that are out there? Is that factoring into how you're thinking about when we're talking about legislation here? I know you're not going to go into the policy per se, but if there's a potential for significant job disruption, is that something that you're looking into as you're forecasting?
Yes. We obviously pay great attention to global events, and in an effort to understand what's going on in the economy globally, because that does matter for our economy. So we pay close attention to all of those things and track them. Ultimately, though, we're looking at the U.S. economy and what are the fundamental drivers here, and then making a judgment based on all of that. And mainly, this is a big economy, and we're geographically separated from most of the other big economies in the world. So we have a smaller external sector than most of the all the European economies, for example. So we're really looking at the U.S. and what's happening here.
I wanted to ask you, because in central banks in other countries, including Bank of England and European Central Bank, they've begun modeling the potential macroeconomic effects of artificial intelligence. They're thinking about how they can use AI to be able to do some of the forecasting, to think through what comes next. I guess I wanted to get a sense of what the Federal Reserve is thinking in terms of similar work in the AI space.
We have lots of people doing work on AI, and more than that, even monitoring research that's going on everywhere in the world. And speaking of uncertainty, it's very clear that it has the potential to make really dramatic changes in our economy, in our workplace, in the jobs of workers, in the way companies work, and all of those things. But honestly, there's a tremendous uncertainty about the timing of that, and what the ultimate consequences will be, and what the medium-term consequences will be.
I was wondering if the Fed is evaluating AI credit models and how that could potentially deepen disparity in credit access or violate fair lending standards. Is that something that you've looked into at this point? And
yes, absolutely.
Is the Fed looking to potentially affirm some industry standards on this?
It's something we've been aware of for a long time. There's a lot of research that's been done. Before generative AI came along, it's also just machine learning and technology generally. There are implicit biases that can appear. It's something we're very well aware of, and we do work with people to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, can you talk about how our interest rates compare to other first-class countries around the world?
At the higher end.
And how does that affect the United States?
Well, I think that reflects a couple things. One is just that the U.S. economy has outperformed, has been stronger than others. And I don't want to pick on any other nations, but many other nations have had much lower growth, now have lower inflation, and are, have pretty low growth, whereas the U.S. economy has really been the outstanding performer and remains that to this day. That implies somewhat higher rates.
So you say it's higher than most of first-class countries. Can you talk about historically where we've matched up with other countries?
Yeah, so let's just go back to when the pandemic hit, for example. We were we had very low rates during that era, but they were by far the highest in the developed world because the U.S. economy was the strongest. The European Union had negative rates. I think the Bank of England was at 75 basis points. I think we were at 2.4%, so we were meaningfully higher. And again, it was a time when we were our growth was higher, and their growth was lower, and their inflation was lower. Our inflation was fine, probably about the same as ours. So I think we've generally had a little bit higher rates than those countries because they have slower growth, older populations, lower productivity, those kind of things. We have the strongest economy in the world.
Globally gone up as well?
Sorry?
Have interest rates in those countries globally gone up as well?
Well, they went up.
The US?
All of those countries had their rates go up quite a bit during the global pandemic inflation, right? And as you know, many of them have been cutting their rates, and we had been too, and we'll at some point resume that. But we're 100 basis points lower than we were. I think if you take the EU and the Bank of England, they've both cut a little more than that.
How recently?
Recently, but But I think you probably read this, but they're either at or close to the end of their cutting cycles.
I know there's been a lot of talk today about deficits and the national debt, but how much does tax policy affect the economy in the U.S.?
It has big effects over time. It's really not something that drives what we do. It isn't. But I think tax policy plays over the long run a huge role in incentivizing investment, which helps growth and things like that. I think it's very, very important over the long run. Certainly more important than monetary policy.
Would a $4 trillion tax increase on middle-class Americans affect the economy?
Now here we're getting into the bill.
I understand. I'm asking how that would affect the economy and according to your data.
I'm trying to not make any direct comments on the bill today, if you'll forgive me. But I take your point.
Okay, I am trying to make a point, but there's got to be data that you sit on somewhere that would suggest that large tax increases would affect the economy, would stall economic growth in the U.S.
You could certainly get that out of a model if you wanted to. But again, I'm inevitably going to be commenting on the bill, right? If I answer that question, a lot
of talk today about inflation. You've already agreed that inflation is down from where it was a year ago, and would you say steadily declining?
Has been, yes. I more than agreed to it. I'm very pleased by it.
And all of the experts and so-called experts tell us that tariffs lead to inflation, but you seem to have suggested already that inflation is, if not under control,
How's
close
positioning
to
looking?
control.
Boring as fuck.
So
sold puts under 90.
Inflation's in a really good place. It is definitely in a good place.
Bought puts
and,
above 95. Bought calls
we
at
have
95.
a forecast, and so does, by the way, every other brand name forecaster in the country, which is very similar to ours, that there will be some inflation from tariffs coming. Not yet, but over the course of the coming months. And I think it's reasonable to expect that because someone has to pay. You know, this is hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs we're taking in. Some of that's going to fall on the consumer. Not all of it's going to fall on foreign manufacturers. And that's the only insight we have. And we're just kind of wanting to see more data on that before we move.
One final question about data. Our trade deficits with China, the EU, Canada, and Mexico have all significantly dropped recently. What does the data tell us about that?
Well, I think that's
how that would affect inflation.
How it would affect inflation. I don't know that it has implications for inflation, but it obviously reflects the tariffs. I think recently you've seen Chinese imports come down quite a bit.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Warren. Chair Powell, welcome back. Inflation has come down meaningfully from its peak, and there are signs of moderation in the broader economy. But prices for rent and other essential services remain high, and the outlook is still uncertain. Wage growth remains strong, but productivity trends are mixed, and demand for places to live is high, but borrowing costs and material shortages are making it harder for builders to keep up, adding to the affordability pressures. And at the same time, while I know this is not something you would say, but at the same time, while our Republican colleagues are pushing for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans that would expand the deficit, the administration's trade and immigration policies are also introducing uncertainty that may not yet be fully reflected in the economy. For families that I represent, the cost of living remains painfully high. Premature easing could have unintended consequences.
Yeah, Discord just disconnected.
Later this year, the Fed will update its monetary policy framework to respond to today's inflationary environment. And after years of supply shocks, housing inflation, and fiscal volatility, I hope you will remain strengthened, that the Fed's ability to navigate the more uncertain economy. And as you undertake this update, can you talk about how you're adapting the framework to these realities while preserving the Fed's commitment to full employment?
I'd be glad to. So we made changes in the year 2020 to our framework, and those were meant to take on board the special issues that a central bank faces during the era of extremely low interest rates, where rates were never very far from zero. In fact, we just barely got away from zero when we had to cut back to zero. And the feeling was very much that if we had any kind of a shock, we'd be back at zero for years on end again. And that's really not a good thing because the economy can become very stagnant. So what's happened since then, the big thing is interest rates are back to much more normal levels historically. So our policy rate at 4.3% actually doesn't feel like it's particularly restrictive. So it's, in other words, rates have moved way back up. That means that the effective lower bound is less of a problem. It means that the changes we made in 2020 are less relevant. They're not completely irrelevant. So we're making modifications, which we'll be discussing inside of our committee now in the next meeting and in the next meeting, that will return the forecast more to what it was before the 2020 cycle.
I know we had a chance to talk in the past about my focus on jobs and the economy and labor. And I want to follow up on Senator Kim's questioning, where the focus on the changing technology landscape and with artificial intelligence, generative AI, and just its impact on the economy and labor market. How would you describe AI's impact on the economy so far, and how is the Fed measuring it?
The effects of AI are probably not great at this time. Generative AI.
There are a lot of puts.
And the question is, how great will they be, and how big will they be, and how quickly will that happen? And anyone who's been exposed to what AI is capable of has to be pretty stunned by what it's capable of. And this is even the early days too. You know, what the experts tell us is that, you know, in 2 years, these things that you're doing, that'll be nothing compared to what we can do in 2 years. So I think it has enormous capabilities to make really significant changes in the economy and the labor force. And, you know, it can either augment people's productivity, or it can replace people, or it can do a little bit of both. Right. But it's going to be something.
You preempted my question, actually. I saw a recent article, and a CEO of an AI company actually said AI could, quote, wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 or 20%. And I think he said in like a matter of a year or two. Do you think this is a reasonable perspective, and how would AI-driven productivity gains or worker displacement affect how the Fed defines full employment?
I don't know whether that's, I'm not the person to say how quickly that will happen. What's happened before with technology is it just seems to take a long time to be implemented. You know, there's the technology, what it's capable of, and there's what it actually does when implemented. That last phase has tended to take longer than people expect. Will it happen with AI? It probably will, but in terms of maximum employment, the Fed doesn't have the tools to really address the social issues and labor market issues that will arise from this. We don't have those tools. We just have interest rates, and you know, we'll always be able to balance the labor market so that supply and demand are in balance. But things like what AI does and what other things do from the outside, we just have to take them as they come.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Tillis.
Shitload of bot calls.
Thank you, Chair, for being here. Maybe just I didn't expect to talk about it, but since AI came up, I mean, first off, we need to welcome it, exploit it, and benefit from it. I've had my staff try and go back and look at some of the congressional hearings in the times of the Industrial Revolution and other instances where we've had these threats of displacement, and it worked out okay for us. But the key is this is a global competition, and other countries are going to implement it. It is going to drive down their costs, and it will make us less competitive if we don't meet the challenge and become the innovator. But the transition is I think, very important to note. I want to talk about SLR for a minute. I think you all indicated the balance sheet's going to continue to shrink. We're not going to get to pre-COVID levels. Which was, I think, somewhere around $4 trillion. I guess the question is, you guys expect to hold higher levels of central banks to hold higher levels of central bank reserves than we have in previous years. Do you agree with that?
I don't think we'll get all the way back to where we were, but we're still shrinking.
Is it fair to say that the SLR should be updated to reflect the evolving preference?
Yes.
Thank you. Fed now. It's cost $545 million. You know, Chair Powell, I've never really liked Fed now, so it's probably not a friendly question. But I spent $545 million to implement it now. I think you're expected to spend another $245 million in 2025, so the total price tag is $1 billion. As you know, the Money Control Act requires the Fed to cover all the direct and indirect costs actually incurred. So can you give me an idea of when we're going to see a fee structure that's going to generate and actually pay for this implementation, including the expected ongoing operational cost?
So you're right. That is our obligation under the law, is to have it be self-funding, and we have a period during which that's supposed to happen. Yeah. Uptake has been steady but not rapid. Yeah. And
is it your sense that you're going to be able to get to that, and that the fee structure that you're going to need based on that take rate is going to be achievable?
I think it's probably still achievable. I am not 100% clear that we're going to achieve it very soon.
That'd be it. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned. And I wonder if that pricing is there, given private sector options, if you're ever going to be able to get there. So just an editorial comment. One thing I did want to mention, I'm excited to see some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais concerned about the debt. Because last time I checked, over the 4 years that President Biden was in office, we had the American Rescue Plan that cost us $2 trillion. We had the Inflation Reduction Act that cost us $1 trillion. And we had the PACT Act that many of my colleagues, I was one of 9 Republicans that didn't vote for it, that also cost us $1 trillion. So I'm excited to see that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to get serious about spending within our means. I did have a question, I think, for my staff wanted to ask about, sorry, I just want to get my notes right. I actually wanted to go, I don't have it before me, but what's the current status in your view on Wells Fargo's capital requirements?
On their capital requirement, well, on the, you mean on the, I think you mean on the growth cap?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we voted unanimously to remove that after many years of having it in place. They did satisfy the requirements we'd put in place, and we removed the cap along with the other agencies.
And you think your fact-based decision, you stand by it?
I do.
Very good. Last thing is Walmart. I've got other questions I'll submit for the record, Chair, but Walmart on April 9th, I think, withdrew their forward guidance. And they indicated the reason that they were doing that is there was uncertainty, and it seems to have been timed somewhat with the uncertainty.
I think they're just bought back.
So I would just suggest to my colleagues, I don't know if you can respond to this or not. I won't ask you a tax question, but I really want to. But I know what your answer is going to be. You're a good dancer. I think that it is fair to say that if there is going to be a correlation to increasing prices, and Walmart having made the decision to withdraw their guidance is probably the best testament that they know that they may have to deal with cost and maybe inflationary uncertainties. Would you characterize that as maybe a likely reason that they withdrew their guidance?
It might be. You know, I saw that they had. I didn't have a chance to go back and check why.
Well, if you tease through the language, it seems almost certain that they think that some of their input costs were going to go up, and they need to manage their margins. So I'm just telling my colleagues, you know, we just need to be realistic that if you have a major household name withdrawing guidance because of uncertainty, they've got a lot of experts that probably are suggesting there may be some inflationary risk. We haven't realized it yet, but I think we all need to keep our eyes open and not look past it so that we can management if it comes to pass. I don't think that there should be a problem with that.
Thank you.
Now, the last thing that I just want to mention is that you can't respond to this, but I will tell you, if the Democrats succeed in preventing us from
I mean, it's a lot of volume.
The biggest tax hike in the history of this country.
5,000 contracts at 61.15, and then
can least afford
3,000 contracts at 61.20.
Respond to this one, but
bot calls, probably bot to
I'm sorry,
bot to close, but still.
But we need to open that. We need to be open. We need to understand that you will have something to fix if we fail to continue the tax cuts.
Thank you, sir. Senator also Rose.
Thank you so much. First to Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren.
Do you think 88's the low for today? I think it'll be hard to get under 90.
Powell,
not impossible, but not
easy.
easy.
To our country, I very much enjoyed.
Very hard to get under 80
earlier this year, and look forward to working with you. Many of my colleagues today have been listening to this hearing, have rightly discussed concerns regarding how tariffs are affecting consumers and businesses. And I'd like to highlight a specific business in Maryland that encapsulates the harm that I believe this administration is inflicting, but also the resilience of a proud Maryland small business. Bay Dog is a successful pet brand based on Kent Island, one founded by Barton O'Brien, who's a Marine veteran who served 3 combat tours overseas. Mr. O'Brien has calculated that if he were to make his products in the United States, he would have to raise his prices 400% just to break even. The tariffs, he believes, are a burdensome tax that could put companies like his out of business, but the damage doesn't stop there. Bay Dog is sold in thousands of other brick and mortar stores across the country, all locally owned small businesses who similarly have to raise prices or lose sales to pay the president's tax. Mr. O'Brien started planning for this last summer when President Trump started talking about tariffs during the campaign. He stockpiled inventory and has committed to keeping his prices stable this year. But what Bay Dog is asking is, what is he to do if the tariffs are in place next year? Mr. O'Brien has calculated that he won't have to just raise prices. He'll likely have to cut his staff to stay in business. So, Chair Powell, there are 34 million small businesses in America, 1 for every 10 people. And if small businesses like Bay Dog have to lay off staff or go out of business altogether, what will that do to unemployment in this country, and what effect will that have on the broader economy?
I mean, just mechanically, I don't want to comment on particular tariff policies, but sure, if companies go out of business, then that'll hurt employment and activity.
And what we'll see is, of course, and we have so many small businesses, what we're facing now is that very prospect, is that we're going to have so many. And we believe that, the inflation caused by these tariffs will really have a very negative impact. And if this is the case, what would this mean for American workers?
Well, the other thing is I think the tariffs are still in motion. It's premature to say exactly where they're going to land. So we're kind of withholding judgment until we see more. That's kind of where we are. We haven't made a decision to do anything. It's just we want to see more. And the situation evolves day by day, month by month. So.
Okay. Well, in another question, in our meeting and in your most recent monetary policy report, you spoke of the long-term challenge of housing supply not meeting demand. And I look at this issue the same way I did as county executive, where I really fought hard to leverage private and public sector dollars to bring more housing to communities that needed it. Maryland has a shortfall of nearly 100,000 homes, and the pathway to build wealth is therefore narrowing. So studies have estimated that of the over $200 billion invested annually in housing in recent years, only a fraction supports affordable homes for working class families. So would you speak to the need to better incentivize private investments into affordable housing construction? I'm working with a private sector and nonprofit stakeholders on legislation now, but just wanted to know if you could comment on that.
So I would say this: interest rates are slightly restrictive at this point, modestly restrictive, and that is weighing on economic activity in the housing market sector. But you're really talking about a different problem. It's not one that the Fed can really address, and that is we have a longer run housing shortage. So many other advanced economy countries have this too, and it's not our tool. Our tools don't really work to affect that. It's really elected people, and you saw this as county executive. It's things that the legislature can do that can really address that. Not us. It's not about interest rates.
All right. Well, now I understand one other issue. The Fed is evaluating the leverage ratio rules regarding the amount of capital required to be held by banks to withstand unforeseen risks. And I'm hoping you can then provide some insight as to what potential changes this framework are meant to achieve. On the other hand, I understand that access to capital is paramount, particularly for communities I represent. So, and I understand concerns that a change in these requirements could affect the resilience of the banking sector. Though I know you cannot speak to the specifics of the coming proposal, would you share some insights into what problem the proposed rulemaking is meant to solve, and are you concerned that it could lead to a deterioration of resilience of the banking sector?
I'd be glad to. So the idea behind it is that we want risk-based capital to be the binding capital requirement, because we want the binding capital requirement to be, we want banks to be sensitive to the risks that they're taking. If the leverage ratio is not risk sensitive, it treats every asset as equally risky. So if that's binding, then that interferes with banks' incentives to manage their risks and actually discourages banks from taking on relatively low-risk activity. So we've always at the Fed wanted the risk-based capital to be the binding one and the leverage ratio to be the backstop. And so that's this proposal that we have that we're going to be meeting on in a couple of hours puts out for comment a proposal to restore the the backstop characteristics of the leverage ratio. We think it should make it will not in any way diminish the safety and soundness of the financial system, and it will allow for banks to undertake lower risk. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Wednesday, July 2nd. Chairman Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to the questions for the record. Thank you for being here. This committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's over. Time to pump? Maybe. Interesting. Still some bot puts at 95, 6,100. Hmm. Is it likely Tesla could drop back to 320 today? Just like pretty decent support around there. Maybe. Yeah. Just because very little upside interest. Probably could. I would watch the 25 level really carefully, but otherwise it seems okay. Huh. Yeah, there's still resistance here. Delta falls off. Negative delta falls off a little bit at 6,100, 605. Well, probably 610, I would say, is the most significant upside resistance if we can break away from this positioning. don't think there's any news. British Petroleum could be split in its sale, according to CNBC. Shell's trying to acquire them. Hmm. Is SPX gonna fail? I don't know. I think it's just pinned here right now. Again, sold puts to the downside out to 80, bought puts to the upside, bought calls at spot. So we're pinned between the two put positions, on top of a pile of bot calls, at 95. If we do pull back, I guess we could pressure some of the short puts down to about 85, 80, at which point we're very, very likely to bounce. Maybe even like 80. Maybe even higher. I think the prior low could maybe be retested. I think it's very unlikely we go below that. Today's really similar to yesterday in that there's really well, it's just shit. I guess arguably we have a little bit more room to the upside than the downside, out to like 15, 20. Like 95 or 98 to ditch puts. What? Like, oh, you're holding puts right now? Yeah, I would say if we push up like 97, I don't think you have a test. It's close. Yeah, probably like 97. They get substantially more risky to hold on to. I mean, I will say this, like, price action isn't very strong. Don't forget, there's a ton of gamma today. So not only are we range bound, we're like extra range bound. Very inactive, like, dynamic hedging. Now that the speech is concluded without any kind of shock and nothing substantially interesting out of Trump this morning, I don't think there's much to move on for the rest of the day. We have GDP tomorrow, which might spur some like end of day price action. Right now, it looks like it'd be very difficult for the market to get over 61.25 or under 60.55. But those are the extremes. We're far more likely to stay pinned between 60.90 and 61.05 for the remainder of the session. Maybe a possible push out to 10. 10 looks kind of meh too. We'd have to pick up like quite a lot of delta, I think. Yeah, even then, pushing out to 10 would be tough. Things getting more bearish here? No, literally nothing's happening. Am I gonna get asked every 15 minutes if things are getting more bullish or bearish while we trade completely fucking flat? Yep, son of a bitch. We can't take the rest of the day off, unfortunately. I'm short both Tesla and Carvana, which is difficult to leave. Tech's not having a good day. Which you'd think would weigh on shit, but it's really not. Fine, yeah. I mean, most of the S&P is selling off today. But NQ kind of holding up the show. Did you guys look at the CTA estimates? S&P on the S&P on the flat and uptape over the next month, or like net selling. I don't go long oil till it's over 70. I'm really only interested in playing shocks and short squeezes on it. That's on ASTS. Like as a company, or just like you want to trade it? Either. I mean, it's fucking up like 123% in the last 20 days. They don't make money. But I guess that's not important. I was thinking, he's asking if there's fraud. I don't know. I don't know enough about them. Probably. I do wonder with revenues of, 700,000 how they're supporting a $16 billion market cap. What are your thoughts on IWM Gamma Flip falling off a cliff while trading mostly flat for the day? I don't know, it's a good question. Like, how far off a cliff? Ooh, interesting. I would say that's probably kind of bullish. IWM's got a little bit of room to move. Delta neutral and gamma neutral right above it, though. Yes, it's sitting like right at last night's close. Support at 61.29.25 to the downside. I'm just waiting for a chance to sell fucking puts or calls. I don't care which one, either. No, I don't care about crypto options. I mean, I don't Maybe one day, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Getting more live data and more tickers on Opera and moving over to CME are near-term goals. I don't see us doing crypto options for quite some time. Dark, stop trying to police Cornish on Cordon Bleu. Sell as in close straddle or credits? I'm already out of my straddle. No, just credit spreads. Or just probably not even credit spreads, just sell options. Short strangle. Why would I do an iron condor when I could just sell a short strangle? That's correct. Theta Decaying Corpse. Because that's infinitely risky. I mean, it's not infinite, but I mean, it's carries some additional risk. Because we don't have portfolio margin. Yeah, but the condor was being suggested to me. I do. You saw a condor if you want to. Only infinity if you don't have stops. Well, technically your stops could get gapped. But it's not like the market's gonna fucking, wick down 20% or something. Unless today's the day Iran gets its nuclear warhead from Pakistan via DHL. In which case, maybe. Well, that's one of the advantages of selling them naked is they're far more liquid. You can always just turn it into a spread if it starts to exceed your risk. What's definitely going to happen now that you said it? Your word is bond in this universe. Iran can't nuke fucking Israel either. What if Trump keels over 6,400 before the end of the day? Isn't there a ceasefire? That doesn't fucking mean anything. This is the Middle East we're talking about. You know how many ceasefires Israel's had against the Palestinians in the last year? There's been like one every week. No one gives a shit about Trump's ceasefire. Especially Netanyahu. He's like Putin. He doesn't respect that shit at all. Israel's waited literally since 1948 for an opportunity to cripple Iran's economy. But then 5,500 after JD sworn in. JD will get impeached, like, instantly. No one fucking likes that guy. I mean, the reality is that Muslim fundamentalists are very unlikely to perform any kind of attack on, like, well, at least on Jerusalem that would cause long-lasting damage. It's also an extremely important holy site for them as well. Who cares what Peter Thiel likes? Thiel. So then Marco Rubio becomes president? No, it'd be Mike Johnson. Even worse. Thiel is rich. He could fill the funding hole left by Elon. He is not equivalently rich to Elon. He's also kind of an extremist. JD at the impeachment hearing. I did not have relations with that love seat. Oh, fucking come on. Test 80. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Holy fuck, I hate this. What a shit day. The chances of us testing 80 are getting slightly better. But I still think Delta down here kind of sucks. Yeah. Very hard to slip 90. And if we do, we probably still won't go under 80. How's the sold option strat doing? Oh, from yesterday? I don't know. Hold on. I don't know how to open it. How the fuck do I open this? Oh, there it is. It's up 29%. That's some weird magic you have there. How? The chances of 6100 are kind of shit for right now. But they could improve, I suppose. Hmm. GS looks broken. Why? Because the price isn't moving. Hmm. Huh. Oh, hey, 87. Fuck. Huh. With another hour and a little luck, we could see 86. Valid. I wonder what would happen if someone market shorted 10K ES contracts. We'd probably hit 60.75 and then bounce back to 60.90. It would just be like a little like that, and then right back up again. Which might be what's gonna actually happen here. I think I might close my 6,100 puts from yesterday. This sucks. I got excited for a second. It's a real red candle. All realized price action for the rest of the day per minute will be within a 30-cent range. That's what's happening here. Hmm. It's just creepy. Fuck, this sucks. Is it too late to buy Tesla puts? Probably. Yeah. At least for now, probably, I mean, caught support at 20, might push back up and retest like 30, 35. It's a pretty solid, yeah, like 35-ish. Maybe like 32, and then we'll see what happens from there, but I kind of want to short NVIDIA. I might pick up 60s on it again. Maybe 80s this time. I think I would have done better with the 80s last time. 27. Like 400 each. Pulls back to like 120, 110, like 100%. Wow. Hundred to 200%. Yeah, I like the 80s. Not sure if that's worth it. Maybe I can just get the same thing, like buy the 100, sell the 80. Sell like the Jan 80. Ooh, I like that. Hmm. Options are also cheap because they're gonna be worthless in 3 hours. Accurate. Can we get lower, or is that it? It depends on if we fail the retest here. If we do, we could go... We can still move down and test 80. It's not impossible. Something might happen. Well, if something does happen, options are really cheap, so... The add the money put is like 430. At the money call is like $6. Oh, it just briefly dropped to 4. Nothing ever happens. Yeah. What a great day. Since 11:10. What the fuck am I even doing? I got stopped out of my Tesla pits. Don't really have... I'm still short Carvana, though. Do I have anything else I need to manage? I don't... Got out of the 6100s. No! What would it take to test 50? Bad news. Ooh, bounce. Is something finally gonna happen? No, we're just mean reverting to 60.95. Is there a strategic benefit to Iran saying the attacks did nothing? No, it's mostly just dunking on Trump. If you could dunk on Trump, would you not? Uh-huh. Iran isn't the only one saying it. Our own intel community said it. How's NVIDIA even up here? Nothing else to buy. And that's not a bullshit reason. That's legitimate. Right back into resistance again. Well, that fucking sucked. Mm-hmm. World debt hits all-time high of 324 trillion. 64 100. Here we come. I made 125 on sell side last 2 days. I'm learning. Nice. Good. Gotta keep making money every day, even when the market's being a piece of shit. Hmm. Hmm. Well, look, another failure. Hmm. Long puts capitulating? I don't think that's what we just saw. I think we saw some of the bot calls at 90 and 95 fall back. There's still a shitload of sold puts down here, though. Like 80, 85. Gamma's getting a little steeper to the downside now. So maybe this is where we get our 80 test. 80 or like 78. Something like that. There's the 80 test. We did all day for that. It took a while. Hmm. Failure at 90 is real bearish. No. But 90 is resistance. Like this test is a inverse head and shoulders. So see if volume comes in here. That's actually kind of bullish. NQ at 22,420 here. ES like wicked down and tested 6130. I guess ES didn't really get its low test. Close. But definitely support, right? We definitely got support at the low. So that's at least somewhat of a confirm. So I would say if volume continues to pick up on this bounce, back to the highs. Got a bunch of short call capitulation on that too. There's still some 6100, 6105 puts that are bought. Puts still being sold 70, 75. Bot calls coming in below spot and above spot at 90, so 85 and 95. U.S. Federal Reserve proposes changes to ease the enhanced supplementary leverage ratio for large banks. Let's fucking pump it to the moon. Yeah. That should bring rates at the short end down. Not going to help the rates at the long end very much, but... Howl's being shorted into the dirt? I don't know. I think it's kind of a good buy around here. You're like 2021 lows. Which is fucking wild. So getting some bot puts at 90, 60, 95, 60, 80, 60, 75. Bot calls at 95, 80 in the money. Got a little bit of profit taking on the 90 and 85 calls here. Still very low volumes. Left a gap to the upside on the profit taking at 60.90, which we probably at least push one more time. ES looking for support at 140. MNQ trying to get support above 22,410. Is the Fed news bullish? Yes and no. Aggregate tier 1 capital requirements for global systemically important banks by 1.4%. Definitely not as much as they wanted to see. Those are reduced capital requirements for depository institutions, subsidiaries of global banks by 27%. We'll replace 2% ESLR buffer with a buffer equal to half of each bank's GSIB surcharge. And replace 3% ESLR buffer for global bank subsidiaries with half of each bank's GSIB surcharge. It should drive more buying on the short end of the curve. Although out above the 2-year, not too sure. We got a auction in 4 minutes. Fed's Barr and Kugler oppose proposed changes according to prepared statements. Somebody's selling the 60.95 put pretty heavily. Some of the short puts still getting shaken out around spot. Bot calls at 80. Hmm. Hmm. Some put buying coming in at 80. Some bot puts here at spot. They probably get squeezed off if we bounce. More positive gamma 95 now. It's interesting. Spreads really narrowed a lot. Hmm. 6090. There's still a gap back up at 6090, which was fairly close to our high. It's like the gamma flip. And Q retesting 22.4. Or well, I guess bouncing off of retesting 22.4. Looks like we might leave a downside gap on the bounce. But low volume still. So maybe we don't. That would be better if we didn't. At least slightly more bullish. I still don't like that we didn't retest 29. Okay, so no gap. Was the? Oh yeah, that's right. $3.879. No, 5 BPS tail. Where the fuck is my clock? Huh. My clock on OBS is on Central Time. This might be a more concerted push for the gap. Now that we've shaken off some of the profit taking from the first bounce. Maybe a little slower though. No, just OBS. The clock on my broker and my computer are both at 2. I don't know why OBS says 105. I don't even know how to change that. I can just... You can see the clock on my trading view too. It says 1406. Move it into the future and tell us what trades to make. That's not how this works. Hmm. So we got bot calls that came in at 80. Sold calls are all up at 6,100 or higher. I will say that doesn't give much to squeeze to the upside. Someone's opening a big fucking bunch of condor legs. 61, 20, 25, 60, 55, 60, 50. Buying on the 6,100 call. Buying on the 85 call. Ugh. Starting to get more bot calls. Thanks, best of humanity. Ugh. I know I got the 80 test, but now I want it to bounce. So it calls it 90 or buying back. Still selling puts out to 95. The world's tiniest bull flag. Higher lows on the MQ 5-minute. Like SPX and ES too. I see more put selling, or at least more aggressive put selling. Getting back over 90 is a bit of an issue. But if we do, we can push back up again to 6105, maybe. I'm not saying bulls are waking up. Bulls need to wake up here. Hmm. A lot of sold puts at 85, bot calls at 90. Still thinking about these fucking SLR changes. I mean, it looks like they're switching from like the 2 and 3% model to a risk-based surcharge for SLR. So it'll be more variable. And I guess near term, there shouldn't be any expectations because this shit's not going to pass till like end of year 2026, which is probably when they'll need the help on yields the most. So, but it also makes the leverage, like the leverage buffers, more sensitive to risk. It reduces overall resilience systemically, which is problematic. These were specifically put in place so banks wouldn't take additional risk. So pulling them back or reducing them not only hampers the goals of Basel, but puts our financial system at much greater risk. Nice, Nuke. Getting more sold puts coming in. Looking for me about 10 of them. I've got the opposite position from you. U.S. small farmers have had enough of Basel III. Fucking European regulations putting our farmers out of business. Liver King was arrested for making terrorist threats. That's what I heard. Trying to get some bot calls coming in at 90 again. Test of the trend here. We've got like an upside trend here. We just like chop past that. Wow. There you got a little wedge. From this high to spot, and this low to spot. Have we talked about how much is actually changing due to Basel III on July 1st? Oh, bunch of shit. Can't tell if bulls are gonna get this pump or it's gonna fail. Positioning is mixed. I feel like I'm not seeing enough call buying anywhere. Maybe they'll just come in and buy calls of resistance. We technically broke out to the upside of this wedge just now on this candle. And we're getting a little bit more put selling. But no call buying, and because we're above VN, we need to buy calls in order to drive the upside. So kind of weird that we're not getting that yet. So, for Basel, so I think next week we get, there's supposed to be a new standardized approach for credit risk. I think the way, I think there's going to be a new model for like OTC shit. The leverage ratio framework goes into effect with the 2% and 3% buffers, but I think it scales till 2008. But yeah, there's a phase-in period for almost all of it. But operational risk is going to get standardized. So they're gonna base like operational risk on a formula that combines income and loss, like past loss history. How's charm? Flat. Flat like a fucking pancake right here. Slightly positive if we get out above 90, 95. But not super strong flows either way. Gamma's a little negative, delta's a little negative, charm is, yeah, kind of flat. We push up, everything turns positive. I don't know if that gives us any kind of boost or not, but it might have some effect. 1 second. Fall back to retest the upper trend, which is hard to see here. still very choppy. Not sure I like how the recovery on NQ looks just yet. Could this downtrend get spicy? I don't think so. I think bulls are going to keep pushing. But they're still combating some like bearish positioning that's around here. And also no MM to buy the dip, really. So a little bit less supportive. Both on the 0 DTE side and like the monthly chain. Again, still haven't filled the 90 gap. NQ's looking a little bit stronger though. Yes. Alright, ES retested 3850 there. So reversals at 44 and 147. Okay, we didn't fail the breakout. That's probably kind of bullish. Still big resistance at 6100, 6105. But sold puts to the upside out to those strikes. So definitely incentive to at least push up and close those sold puts before doing anything more dramatic. There are bot puts coming in 60, 90, 95, 6100, which might be some of those short puts just starting to close off. 60, 90, 6100, 60, 105, and 60, 95 calls closing. But the puts to the downside of us are still being sold. So 85, 80, 75. That is a little bit of a failure of the trend. Interesting. Hmm. Short puts at 85 in the money. So this would be a good time to short vol. This, yeah, still didn't actually test 129. It did test 130. 130.75. Figure close at 80. It looks like a chasm of negative gamma. Yeah, there's a lot of negative gamma here, but it's not that bad because it still falls off to the upside. If we lost 80, that would be significant. But that hasn't happened yet. Like this range still promotes wider price movement out to 60.95 and then things narrow again, but I don't know. I mean, there's some bears. They're not pushing very hard and they're taking a little bit of profit here. Especially the 60.95 and 6100 puts. What the fuck? I'm going after reporters now. He was doing that earlier today. Yeah, I do. I expect that end of month window dressing shit to continue very heavily until the Fed changes um changes over to QE. Still a little bit of profit taking on the in the money puts. What just happened at 61.50? Someone bought a bunch of calls and bought a bunch of puts. Well, they bought 2 times more calls than puts. Almost exactly. Yeah. Russia is open to a new output hike if OPEC Plus decides that it's needed. According to a person familiar with Russia's position, the country is willing to increase output further at the next OPEC Plus meeting if the alliance considers it necessary. Moscow's partnership with OPEC Plus is critical, and Russia will seek an acceptable solution for the entire group at the July 6 meeting, according to the person who spoke on the condition of anonymity because the deliberations are not public. The 8 OPEC Plus members involved in the talks, who have been gradually reducing their profit production cuts, may consider another hike in August. Huh. 245 right now. Hmm. Someone's selling a lot of puts at 85 and 80 still. Some bot calls, very few, coming in at 60, 90. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, a few more. Positioning very sensitive. Mm, 6150 is now synthetic long. There's another big move there just now. Wow, we're getting more synthetic long, I guess. It's another 400 bot calls, and then 426 sold puts. So it seems like they're just going to adjust it based on price action. Can this go either way? Yeah, it's a little bit biased to the upside. Well, right here it is. Under 85, it's more to the downside. It's a distinct lack of volume. Now, everything's a little negative. Charm turns back positive above 60-90. It doesn't seem crashy to me, but we could potentially retest 80. I don't think that like below 80. I don't really think the MM's exposed to any short puts. So that seems like most of the extent of the downside range. And then obviously there's incentive to sell the 90-95 put where we're at now. Oh, I forgot to look at new home sales today. Those are dog shit. Oh, wow. Dog shit home sales on the tail on the 5-year. Hmm. ES is still kind of holding support. It's got a little volume there. What's fucking NQ doing? Still consolidating. There you go, Cooley. You guys could like the stream. That'd be cool. No, I will not. Hmm. So Bears just don't want this to get above 60.90. Thanks, Captain Ron. You too, man. Gherkin back from launch. Oh, look, nothing's happened. Wait, hold on. We did get the test at 80. Or were you here for that? Do you think we touched 6,100? It's possible. Admittedly, it doesn't look great. It's gonna be very hard to get above 90. Like, there's a little tiny gap for us to fill there, but I can see us just getting rejected at like 92 and falling back again. Maybe if we had some fucking volume. But there isn't any. There's no news, no volume, nothing fun. There's a Federal Reserve open board meeting right now. Oh, is that old? Wait, is this shit ongoing?
We look forward to receiving comments on the
This is
proposal and
live?
encourage members of the public to share their views during the comment period. And with that, thank you again. The meeting is now adjourned.
Oh, they just adjourned it. Is that bullish? If you could full port long or short on ES and exit right away, that would make volume. No, it wouldn't. We'd just lose money. Do Pigeon Bills get GS hats or what? I mean, you'll be able to buy them. When we make them. Yes, you'd lose money, but the volume would be there. Yeah, I'm not understanding the incentive. How much for the hat you're wearing? More. Do beta users get discounted hats? No. An employee discount for hat. How much for your socks? More than the hat. Well, we're filling the gap. Bot calls at 85.90. I'm not sure I'm seeing bot calls to the upside, but it looks like they're maybe coming in. We got a decent bounce on ES here. And MNQ broke through consolidation to the upside. So maybe this extends a bit further. Ooh. My 60-90 calls are out the money now. Hmm. Definitely resistance at 6,100. Getting back to positive delta is kind of interesting, though. A little squeezy. A little bit of a squeezy range. The bulls are not fucking around with the 60-90 calls. I'll say that much. They're buying the shit out of those. Buying some 61-30 and 35 calls too. I'm not really sure the reason for, but a bit of profit taking on those. We're just selling the put. Hmm. Charm starts to turn positive here. A little bit. ES pushing out higher. Big bump in speed at 60.95. Mm. Still levering up. There we go. Squeezy. Nice. That would be cautious here, though. Harder to break further to the upside at this point. Big resistance at 6,100. Hmm. I don't know. If bulls keep buying, yeah, we could push out to 6120 maybe. Breakout here is definitely significant, though. Shifts a lot of things. Gets grindier, though. Once we get past this, like, lower delta, things get a lot grindier. But yeah, that 6,100 breakout. I mean, look at the speed at the strike. That'd be fucking crazy. Hmm. Push up any higher than this, we have to start squeezing off calls. There are some puts being sold, 6100, 6105. So I don't think it's impossible that we could push to 05, but then we'd probably fall back into the positive delta for a lower close. Damn, the lever up is wild. All gas, no brakes. Go, go, go. We got a couple runners left. Next upside test for ES on a breakout at 6150 is probably like 6160, I think. Resistance from earlier today. Charm is a little bit more supportive here. Not very supportive, but a little bit more supportive. Top looks like it's around 6120 if we get the breakout. We're probably going to chop around 6100 for the rest of the week. Just because of where VN is, it's going to be hard for us to do much besides that. Ooh, there's a bunch more leverage. Are you guys watching this? It's going wild. Vol hasn't rolled over to favoring the upside yet, but it's getting closer. Are they still selling the fucking 6100 calls? No, they're starting to pull back the sold calls. A little bit. There's still bot puts 6100, 6105. But squeezy. Squeezy if it breaks out. There's a bunch of puts selling. Further out, too. Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac are preparing to count crypto as assets or mortgages. You think Twitch Pickle coin is also accepted as collateral? It will be after we get it on the whatever network. Pickles thinks you thought the rest of the week the market would fall. Do you mean over the weekend? You mean on Sunday? It's Sunday's not Pickles picks, but no. We were in a war on Sunday. We're not in a war now. Well said, thank you. Why are you bankrupt? Had the war continued, we'd be, 150 basis points or more lower than we are right now. But it did not. Really interested to see if Bulls can get this. Q looks pretty fucking good too. It's got a lot more range to the upside. It's a shitload of gamma at 6,100. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if the short calls pull back on the consolidation. If we trade flat here and vol goes up, it's out of the money. It's probably bullish. 6,100's ticking up. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah. See, vol on the 6100 moved up really sharply with the pullback, which makes me think they're gonna close the short calls. And if they close the short calls, this gets fun. As long as we don't lose 93. Okay, I don't like that. Oh. Hmm. $30 minutes left. And 28. Big buying on the drop. Hmm. The fuck was that? Profit taking. Didn't get the breakout, so they netted off. Failed. So question is, here, do they lever back up again? Or do we just keep dropping off? Hard to close above V on, but there is the upside is squeezy. No, at least out to 61 or 6100 it is. Hmm. Inverse head and shoulders on ES at the 140 level. Hmm. We've fallen back far enough for charm. Charm is a little bit negative there. I think someone's still buying the fuck out of the 6100 calls. Still have 20 minutes left. I am heavily over leveraged on 6100s now. Mustard turning up. That might just be me. There's so many short calls to squeeze. It's a spicy end of day position. Oh. Ooh, Delta flip positive on the 90 strike again. Let's fucking go. Hmm. 15 minutes left. Come on, squeeze this shit. Let's do it. Go from negative 51 to positive 70 billion over the 2 upside strikes. Or we could just fall further back to negative 117 billion. $12 minutes left. How much are the calls at spot? The 90s are pretty fucking cheap. $2, 65 cents for the 95s. I'm selling a shitload of the 95 and 6100 puts, but the calls are getting sold almost as heavily. Sold puts, bot calls 60-90, bot calls 95, bigger bot calls 95, bot calls 85. Ooh, there's the bounce. Got the 90 on the money. They just need to keep levering up till the 95's in the money and they can squeeze it. Ooh, more leverage. Do it. Broke 93. Ooh. Delta's turning positive to the upside. VIX almost at a new low for the day. Eight minutes left. A little rejection. Seven minutes. This is exciting. Ah, lame. Still 6 minutes left, but it's not looking good. That was not a good rejection. More try. Fuck, man. 95 is a bitch. They're really trying, though. I'll give them that. New low for VIX for the day. Four minutes left. Ooh, higher low. Where the fuck are they selling those puts? Yeah, they're selling the 6100 put. Still, they're selling the 90 put. There's some bought puts at 95, sold calls. But they're buying calls at 6105, 6110. So if they get the breakout, they'll probably get the squeeze. Alejandro Sports, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good
Yeah, so basically we just need to squeeze the synthetic short at fucking 60.95.
Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
With 2 minutes left. Do it. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. Failed. Ah. Lame. Gray day. So close. Almost made it on the second to last candle. I think we would have closed at like 6105 if we had. I hate this market. At least the end of day was kind of exciting. didn't quite make up for the rest of the day being complete dog shit, but let's see. Still holding under ES 6148. Just fucking didn't move on the entire day at all. Completely flat. Everything back to where we opened. Literally 0% on the day. Dollars continuing to decline, now at 97.69, alongside a moderate decline in yields, mostly in the belly of the curve. Not too much at the top end. And those are actually up higher earlier. We're still seeing a lot of risk on in BTC. Correlation continued to fall, not quite at new lows for 1 month correlation, but 3 month correlation is dropping pretty rapidly. So definitely some levering up and dispersion out into the next season of earnings. A little bounce back in commodities after 2 days of stupendous downside, largely due to a rebound in oil and precious metals. We got leverage on the carry trade, peaking at about the middle of the day, falling into the end. Leverage on the short end of the carry falling as well. We're continuing to get upside move in the bond curve, which is a little counterintuitive given the continued drop in the forward yield on volatility. There's clearly a lot of arbitrage there. I would imagine someone's going to want to take advantage of it at some point, which could be a more violent move in the VIX. Bond volatility is still very low. Skew, I think it was kind of flat day over day. Yeah, skew is pretty flat day over day. It moved up a tiny bit, but not much. Breadth yesterday rose with the bounce back from the morning lows. From Monday, I guess, is a little more accurate. But we have stocks over their 50 and 20-day moving averages moving up very quickly. Stocks over their 200-day moving average still sub 50%, and this is for the S&P. Yeah, I mean, kind of narrowing of breadth again, which is what we had like back on June 10th. We'll see if the 200-day moving average keeps up, but like today, Dow and Russell down, ES flat, NQ again, the only recipient of any significant improvements. This is now the 5th consecutive day of a rise in correlation, despite volatility being down. We're continuing to see correlation between cash VIX and VIX increase, now at 94.07%, and nearing the higher levels for the year. This may have something to do with that arbitrage we were looking at earlier on the forward yield. Fed fund futures priced up the June 2026 cuts to almost 4, just shy of 4 cuts. September of this year now priced up to 0.16, and Jan at 0.65. Bear steepener picked up, now back above 50. So the chances of recession are rising slightly. And then out here, sorry, that's the weekly. On the 1 day, we got a new high, but we didn't hold it. We did break above the 60.99 resistance, but failed it once again. This does open room, this is second test and failure of the 60.99 level. I still think there's probably room for a pullback and see if 60.31 will act as a support. It still hasn't. But I think a failure at the 6100 test would probably see us at least pull back that far, maybe further. A loss of 60.31 would be a little bit more significant. But right now, yeah, I would say maybe the back half of this week, so tomorrow or Friday, have a moderate chance of seeing a bit of a pullback, and maybe we fill that downside gap out. This is also forming a rising head and shoulders here on the daily. The neckline would be down at like 57.67, but yeah, weakness into the back half of this week would be probably quite damaging, and we can kind of expect a little bit of that, because if we look at like overnight repo, repo's still growing pretty rapidly. I think we're maintaining higher levels anyway, but we'll probably see repo spike like before the end of the month, so maybe into Friday, and that could prompt a broader sell-off, profit taking, as funds get prepared to deleverage for their margin statements at the end of the month, end of quarter, actually, and so, you know, as more and more money gets pumped into overnight repo, you know, there's going to be less margin to carry positions, which might be one of the other reasons we're seeing like short puts pulling back over the last few days, despite the move up and what should be relatively bullish situation. I don't know if I'm bearish for GDP. I mean, it's just the third revision, so it's not going to be super fucking impactful unless it's way off from the prior value. What's the likelihood of a pullback in the next year or 2 or 10? I feel like we'll probably get pullbacks, several of them, over the next year or 2 or 10. I did. We discussed the SLR changes earlier today. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Later.